Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. The way this kind of stream works is that... Oh, I think I should make this a little bit bigger. That's how it works, first of all. I made it smaller for the last stream. The way that this works is that I have planned somewhere we're going, and we'll just walk there. I am on Ravana Materia and OCE, which means that everyone can visit. If you can't, then the way you do it is you go, like, you open the game, choose data centers, and then you just choose Materia as if you're actually going to log in there. Go over there, see that your land of characters is empty, and then you go back to your home world, and then you visit Materia. We are on Ravana, and we're here. You're welcome to join in the walk. As we do the walk, we'll basically just be talking about whatever. Could be Final Fantasy 14, could not be. And the game plan is when we reach the destination, we'll look at some clips. I actually have a lot of clips today, to the point that I have a feeling we won't cover them all, or we won't see them all, so I'll have to save some for next time. Also because I know that the walk I've planned should be pretty long. But with that said, if you have a question for me, something you'd like to talk about with me, or maybe just in general, this is a good time to take it. Bring it up, because on other streams I'll be more likely to be like busy in between segments and such, and then maybe your question just flies by, and then I never get to it. If there was a question you feel like I missed on a previous stream and you remember it, that's also like an opportunity to like bring it up again where I have time to address it. Now, with that said, hey Talimar, hey Mizanashi, hey Aerodel, hey Marnie, hey Selly, hey Agent Monica, hey Liv, hey Seras, hey Rumble, hey Zav, hey Ilya, hey Tabi, hey Fila, hey Tina Lee, hey Nox, hey me who else, hey Naomi, hey Yannick, hey Kylern, and hey Raging Bull. I hope you're all doing very well. And thank you so much, Marnie, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Rumble says, is everyone else running Praetorium over and over for tombstones? I have never done that. Unless you're using a tool to make it so that there isn't a cutscene or something, it's not the most efficient way to farm mock tomes. If you're talking about mock tomes. The way I usually do it, due to this mockpendium, is I will just park my character in the gold saucer. And then every 20 minutes a gate will appear, and I'll just do that. Like, I'll just do that. The exact amount of mock tomes can vary, but simply participating in like 99% of those tasks, just clicking yes to doing the thing, basically guarantees you one tome. And yeah, true, if you're doing Praetorium for other reasons in addition to mock tomes, then that's a completely different story. This is something I've talked about when I have made guides for mock tome farming in the past. And generally speaking, if there's something you are going to do anyway that happens to give mock tomes, then do that. Because then the mock tome is basically 0 seconds invested, because you were going to do that anyway. Like, if, for instance, you want to... let's say you wanted to do near raids, you want to like farm some transmog, that's a WoW term, some glam. Then the mock tomes that accompany that glam is free, because you were going to do that anyway. And that is an interesting idea, Kyla, and the reason why I don't is because I've heard that and I've heard both tell of it and also people saying that they have actually been punished for it, that if you actually open Partyfinder and like, if I were to do this, for instance, if someone actually finds, like, if someone were to try and join it, even though it's a private one, it is possible to report someone for using Partyfinder incorrectly. As in, if I post up a walk and I use field operation for it, but it's not field operation, even if it's a private group, if it's very clear that it is not for the field operation and someone decides to report it, it is possible that I would get punished for that, and I'm just not gonna risk that. There's just no need. So we just won't do that. And the thing is, on the one hand, it's pretty harmless, right? It's a private group, maybe on a data center at a time where like there isn't that much activity in the data center anyway, so like I'm not like blocking up other people's ability to see actually relevant postings, because they're like, I'm in private, there are no one else there pretty much. But it's the principle of it. Because if that was okay, could you imagine what kind of people would just post up with all sorts of whatever just to meme it up? And people already do that. People already do that. So I'll just not do it, and we'll just steer clear of that problem in the first place. Easy peasy. Also, hey Igor, and Joe, and hope you're doing well. Yannick says, today I realized Circle of Scorn is not a GCD. Wait, really? Did you just realize that now? See, Joe says, I got like 20 mock tomes just from helping my friend unlock a bunch of the optional AR dungeons. Smart. Manny says, all pieces you might be missing from Variant. If you haven't finished Sildeen, then this would be a great opportunity to do that. Or just to farm that, because there's 6 runs of that in the Ultimog. Let's see, Liv says, I have a question. What was the mount you used in the AR relic stream? It is the Wings of Ruin, which is the Trial EX1 trial mount from Dawntrail. From Valley Amanda. Feels as Ozima is sleeping right now, so if someone reported that, they might not. That's actually the point, Fila. Consider that the kind of individual who would report something like this. Like, genuinely, like, picture in your mind's eye what kind of person would scroll over to the private section of Partyfinder, see that there's like so few that you can see all of them, and then be offended that someone is not using it exactly perfectly correctly. And not only that, they're so offended that they actually take the time to report it. That cannot be a stable individual, right? Like, that can't be a perfectly sane person, can it? So the fact that the only kind of person that would be here to do this right now would probably not be, might not really have, like, and want to do that, might not have a life. Like, that would be it, yeah. Hey, Kresnik, hope you're doing well. Gansel says, someone found a loophole for that. Right in the description that, quote unquote, we are visiting insert content, have a look. And have a look. And then you just queue in, and then leave, and continue what you were doing. So what you're saying is you basically set up a Partyfinder. Oh yeah, I guess one logic, like one way you could trick the system as well would be you make a 40, like it's a 48-man Partyfinder, and it's like it's private. The only way to get in and learn that it is actually not the content that is happening would be if you had the password. And the probability that we would actually fill that Partyfinder with a full 48 players is insanely small. So if anyone were to be like, but they didn't do the content, it's like, yeah, we never filled. Like, I could see that. That's a pretty sneaky way to solve it. Like, if you actually manage to fill up fully, you just scoot on over and do it. Like, just visit. Or you don't. Because if it actually fills, then the Partyfinder group listing disappears. Exactly, Ham. Also, thank you for celebrating 15 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much for the support. Joe says, I remember when Valiamander was named Tretoch. I don't know. When was this? And good luck with that farm agent, Monica. Yeah. Sneaky, Liv. Krasnik, what we're talking about is that... it would be cool if we could all be in the same party. Right? But there have been some trouble with people just posting like a Partyfinder group to access a bigger group than they're supposed to have in the past, by just listing it for content that they're not actually planning to do. And I've heard that they have been punished for it. I don't know how that would work. Like, I don't quite know how that would work unless like we straight up admitted to it, right? Because the listing could straight up just like explain it in a way where it's not clear. And then the only way that someone would know is, well, they would have this stream as evidence. There you go. Mikey says, you should walk with your mount. My feet hurt watching this. Well, we always do it as a walk. There's also the part that if we did it on the mount every time we'd go down a ledge like this, I would end up flying and go faster, and that's not the point. Also, I hope you're doing well, Mikey. The Esper Valley Amanda was localized as Tretoch. The name was changed in later versions of the game. Ah, okay. Hey Kat, hope you're doing well. Guys playing fish, I can't wait for some fishing. But that makes sense, Garsel. It's also just, I mean, we usually make it work. I think we also have a link shell on OCE. So that like if people are having trouble talking in game, that's also an option. Where are we walking? That's a good question. As is tradition, I usually don't reveal our destination. You'll have to guess that based on where we're going. Hey, Boss Yumika, hope you're doing well. If you try to link a video, remember that the stream chat it does not accept any links unless it's from me or a mod, like Ardell. So you'll have to explain what the video is. But I hope you're doing well. We're going on a trip? Yeah, you could say that. And technically we're going north right now, but this trip will take a bit of a turn. As has been discussed previously on these walks and talks, the limitation is that physical, like airships, boats, and so on, are allowed. Teleportations are allowed if it's the only way to reach somewhere. It's like, you know, a portal in the actual game, like how we exited Crystarium a bit ago. And not only are they allowed, well, I will plan a walk somewhere, possibly deliberately making it particular. Oh, look, there are bots again. Looks like there are two. While I'll deliberately make the walk really long sometimes, I will still do my utmost to choose the shortest path that I know. Which is why we went this way through this cave instead of like going the scenic route of from town to town. Hey Mochi, hope you're doing well. Says I'm a free trial player. I was wondering if Astro or White Mage is better because I'm conflicted between the two. I mean, just as a starter, oh yeah, first of all, just as a starter, Airedale linked to my healer comparison video, if you would like to see that, Mochi. But to your exact question, for starters, both of the pure healers, which is Astrologian and White Mage, are perfectly viable. Arguably, White Mage at max level is where this advice is, like where these claims are the most accurate, but doesn't mean they're not accurate at lower level. Overall, White Mage has a tendency Torn from the Heavens plays on this Fate. We're not doing that. You can hear that on the the entry melody that plays. It's the fancier one. So Torn from the Heavens will play. White Mage generally has the greater personal damage of the two healers, which means that White Mage tends to perform better in content where the other players are less reliable. On the other hand, Astrologian is generally considered to have the better toolkit by some amount. This also applies at level 70. Arguably, White Mage doesn't truly start to properly compete with the other healers, like really on the damage front. And I know it's weird if you're choosing between healers, and I'm going like, well, they're damage. I'll get back to it. White Mage's Lily spell is like a single target, like it's a free cure 2, which is all right. But it isn't until like level 74 before it leads to an attack, and it isn't before level 76 that you can use those lilies for an AoE heal instead. So a lot of the most iconic options that White Mage has are actually out of reach for free trial players, which might matter a lot in your choice, because by comparison, I don't feel that Astrologian's more signature options are out of reach for a free trial player. So I would recommend Astrologian between the two if you're a free trial player. However, it is worth noting that White Mage is generally considered a bit easier to pilot because it does more with its GCD healing, whereas Astrologian does a lot more of throwing a lot of abilities. So my recommendation, knowing you're a free trial player, would be go for Astrologian. But both are perfectly fine. So if you go, but actually, now that I think about it, I like White Mage more. Go White Mage. Straight up. I hope you can use that advice. Hey Rash, hope you're doing well. And yet it's weird that White Mage is such a slow burn. Like all things considered. And yeah, one way to do it would also be to just try both. Did I miss the person? I think I have to talk with this guy, maybe? Hey, Copper Sulfate. Hope you're doing well. Look, it's the elf. It's our elf. We should go down this path, I think. What did White Mage even do pre-Shadowbringers? Excellent question, Liv. First of all, lilies didn't work that way. So like just from there, you can already go, okay, so now I have nothing to work with. Fantastic, right? I think I've included Secret of the Lily a few times in my in fun facts and such. The way it used to work, and I'm not making this up, it has changed a little bit. But roughly speaking, the way Secret of the Lily worked was that at some points it was a chance, and other times it was guaranteed based on what I could find and what I can remember. But ultimately the way it worked was either a chance or a guarantee that when you cast Cure 1 or 2 on someone, it has to be Cure 1 or 2. I don't think Cure 3 counted, but Cure 1 or 2 definitely did, so single target stuff, right? You would get a Lily. Some points it was sometimes you get a Lily. At other points it was you always get a Lily. What did a Lily do, you might then ask? Nothing on its own. What it did was when you used basically a healing cooldown with relatively little exception, as far as I remember. It might not even have any exception. It would consume all of your lilies. However many you happen to have, up to 3, and reduce the cooldown of that ability by 4%, 10%, or 20%, depending on how many lilies you happen to have. Now, a key problem, quote unquote, maybe it wasn't a problem in Stormblood, like maybe people viewed healing differently, difficult for me to comment on now, but a quote unquote problem that you might realize is that SIs is a healing cooldown. And to just get a Lily, you had to choose to not attack. Which means that in a way, on the one hand, the fact that SIs was an option was basically pointless. Because to get the Lily, you had already lost more damage than this cooldown reduction could possibly, like recover at that point. But if you had to use Cure 2 or 1, then, I mean, it was better. Like, it was a way to recover some of the damage, like, lost damage, I guess. But the general idea is that because it required you to use specific actions, it kind of meant that if you didn't need Cure 1 or 2, then Secret of the Lily was just pointless. And because of the way that people improve at hard content, it would essentially mean that White Mage's gauge, because it was their gauge, would just become useless as you improved. And I agree with that, Rash. And the thing is, generally, if you want to be absolutely sure that you made the correct choice on what job you want, then you would have to try all of them. But, like, you can probably see how that's kind of yeah, fantastic. Thanks for the advice, right? Like, the question of what do you think kind of boils down to, I was hoping that you could give me some pointers so I didn't have to try all of them, because trying all of them will take way too long. But if you did, you definitely know. I also think it's funny because in my experience, a lot of the time, I feel like the jobs that I end up leveling like among the like first ones end up being the ones that I like the most. With the exception that like in Dawntrail and in Endwalker, because, you know, I make job guides, I will sometimes level jobs in a different order to what I might choose based on preference, just because I'd be like, well, it makes more sense to focus on a guide for this job first, and things like that. But yeah, leveling all of them would be the easiest way to know for sure. Sally says also Benison initially required lilies to use. Oh boy. I didn't actually know that, but that's cursed in a way. Weirdly cursed. See, this is where our journey takes a turn. I think it was the last stream, maybe the one before, where I think Clove was the one that asked, have you visited the Dawntrail zones on these walks? And I said, yes. The first few streams of Walk and Talk in Dawntrail was exclusively in Dawntrail zones, pretty much. And then we just never visited again. And yeah, exactly, Posimica, you will probably end up picking a few as your main. Consider that at the launch of Dawntrail, I leveled Black Mage first. Then I ended up not maining Black Mage because I'd rather play Viper or Warrior in the first raid tier. And then now I'm maining Black Mage, right? So eventually I came back. Oh right, it's instanced. I am in instance too. Hopefully it'll resolve itself as we get to the next zone. We're going to Yaktel, which is over there. See, Sally says there was enough point in fights spamming Cure 2 was a good idea even when optimizing, that it wasn't wholly useless, but it was rarer than the devs probably expected. Yeah, I think I heard that in Heaven's Ward especially, but also in Stormblood probably, maybe even a little bit still if you think about it, maybe, the devs are surprised that the players insist so hard on healers attacking all the time. And things like that. Postumika says, is there any job you disliked to level up? And if so, why? 1 second before that. Hey Tongue, and hey Sol, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a while, Tongue. Are you doing well? And yeah, we are walking anywhere in particular, but I never reveal the destination. That usually comes up from the live split up there in the top, when we're near. But there's always a designated destination. Yeah, apparently we got someone designed to follow along a little bit. This Shanti. Sol says, I just wouldn't hold yourself back if you want to try something new in this game. Leveling jobs is a nice break, and if you don't know if the grass is green until you... That is true. You don't know if the grass is green until you try it. Which is also why it's a good idea to try everything. But if you're trying to progress the MSQ, it's really hard to, you know, both prog the MSQ and also try everything. To your question, Postumika, let me think. In Dawntrail, I don't know. My point of reference is going to be really weird, because overall, I didn't mind leveling any of them. I think the ones that I enjoyed the least would probably have been Ninja, but that's not because I dislike Ninja. It's simply because I find Ninja... Ninja is the kind of job where, in my opinion, it's the kind of job that you main. It's, in my opinion, it is one of the jobs that are pretty rough to play as, like, a job you just play every so often. And it it doesn't like doing dungeons. Like, Ninja is extremely well tooled for a boss fight. It has the tools for dungeons, but it doesn't like the stops and starts of dungeons. At least not when I'm playing it. Exactly, Nox. You either play it a lot or you don't. I felt that way about Monk in the past, Rash, but then the Dawntrail changes made it a lot more manageable. So Ninja would be one that I would rank really low. The other one that I would rank really low is Summoner, but for a wholly different reason. That reason being that for most of the jobs, nearly all of them, in the leveling experience, you at least unlocked 1 or 2 actually new things that actually change your rotation in a slightly interesting way. Just a little bit. Maybe add a little thing every 30 seconds or so. Summoner got Searing Flash, and then like a bunch of potency upgrades. It's not very interesting. So basically, Summoner's fine, but it added nothing. Basically potency upgrades. They got some visual changes, but it's the same button. So for that reason, Summoner and Ninja would probably be the ones that I didn't particularly enjoy in Dawntrail. Before Dawntrail, people are sharing which instance we are in the OCE link shell. So if you're not in the link shell, is there actually space in the link shell? Nope. That's, I don't know what to do. But, before Dawntrail, so in Endwalker, Big Duh, I remember dreading leveling Dark Knight. Because, well, first of all, relatively speaking, I was not quite as experienced, perhaps, with Dark Knight and, like, jobs in general. Like, you always accumulate more knowledge, right? That, plus, Dark Knight wasn't nearly as well kitted for big AoE pulls as it is now. Like, it has gotten a lot of upgrades. It was fine, but let's just say that in Endwalker, when I was leveling Dark Knight, I was concerned that I wouldn't be like that if my healer wasn't good, we would be in trouble. Well, the bad news there, Fila, is that you're the owner. So I don't know how that works. Cat also said that Cat doesn't want to be in that link shell if we need space. I'm a little confused. Fila says, I haven't gotten the chance to try Viper and Pictomans because everyone was spamming those. I was busy filling parties as a tank or a healer Psy. And then also says, remove me, I unsubbed since April last year. April last year was before Dawntrail, Fila. Are you sure about that? But yeah, because of that, I was also concerned when leveling Astrologian in Endwalker, I think, for similar reasons. Cat, I don't know. I guess you just responded too many times. I think that would be at the earliest, like, July, Fila. No worries, Tom. That does sound like a lot of work. But yeah, essentially, my problems, like my concerns about leveling a job, to your question, Boziomeka, has generally boiled down to me being worried that I couldn't perform very well. But I wasn't worried about having fun with it, for the most part. And the worst I've had has been like, that's kind of boring. Back in Stormblood, when I hadn't actually maxed out everything, I can say that one thing that stopped me from bothering with Machinist was, hilariously, Wildfire. It's really funny, because nowadays, with what I know now, I think about it like, if I had entered into Final Fantasy XIV with the knowledge that I had in Stormblood when I came into the game, then most jobs might have been a huge turnoff for me. Somehow. Weirdly. Because the problem that I had with Machinist was that before you got Wildfire, you had like this ammo system and stuff that they removed, and you had various OGCDs that you could use. So, like, you could just like send like a sustained flood of attacks a little bit all the time. But the moment you get Wildfire, it all became, well, you put it in the Wildfire window, of course. It goes in the square hole, which I wasn't a huge fan of because it felt like this like more flexible, fluid job suddenly just became it goes in Wildfire. And then you just 1, 2, 3 for 50 seconds or something, because there was actually a point in Stormblood where Wildfire had a 1-minute cooldown, believe it or not. And the way it worked then is that it actually accumulated all damage you did. So it was basically like a fight or flight, but for one enemy. And for 10 seconds. I wasn't a fan of that. But if you think about it, in Dawntrail, it basically, either the cooldown perfectly lines up automatically, so that if you just use it on cooldown, it'll land in the buff window, or you just use it anyway. Like, you just use, like, you try to line it up so that multiple of them fit in the buff window. So, like, most jobs would basically have me go, well, that's just like Wildfire, that's stupid, and then just not play them. Sally says, I personally enjoyed it because it felt so dang good to get that Wildfire number as high as I could. See, the problem, Sally, is I didn't actually max out Machinist, because the question from Boziomeka was, I believe, was there any job that you found, what was it? Let's see, is there any job you disliked to level up? And the answer there is yes, Stormblood Machinist, so badly that I didn't level it fully. So I never got to the point of, ooh, big damage number. And yeah, Stormblood Machines had a few OGZs that lined up perfectly, but that's the funny thing, Cat. Because I'm reasonably sure that I was bad enough at the game that I didn't even realize it. Like, that I didn't realize that those things just naturally lined up. Noche says, what's your suggestion for leveling gatherers and crafters? I'm not sure. It kind of depends. There are many ways to do it. If you're aiming to level them quickly, making use of the firmament in Ishgard or the moon, a more recent edition, more so for crafters in that case, I believe. That can be an efficient way to level them. But I basically leveled, like, in Shadowbringers, I leveled my crafters and gatherers by just doing the actual job, like class quests for them, and then I would just, like, collect things a lot of the time. I usually didn't need any more than that. Maybe do some live quests or something. In Endwalker, I did basically the same. Just, like, there was, like, a quote-unquote role quests that I could use for some of them, and I used live quests for other ones. Things like that. Maybe hand in some collectibles. In Dawntrail, I straight up leveled basically all of my gatherers and crafters by just using my lave allowance. Just handing lave quests. I crafted almost nothing while leveling my crafters in Dawntrail. The Articus, hope you're doing well. But yeah, I haven't been super focused on gatherers and crafters for a long time, so I don't actually have, like, I might not be able to give that good information. That's also why, if, like, you can find job guides for all jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. But the Blue Mage stuff is, like, from early Endwalker, I believe. And the Gatherer Crafter stuff is from, like, early mid-Endwalker, I think. Because I stopped investing very much time in that. So I can't give very good advice on it now. So, like, it kind of like just, why don't you make a guide on that? Because I don't do it. Also, hey, Brontum and Catherine, hope you're doing well. And that is often what it comes down to if you go, why don't you have a guide on that? Is, well, either I just haven't yet, or I don't do it, so I don't know. What's the best way to make Gil in Dawntrail? The best way to make Gil is usually to find something really valuable and sell it. Basically, I actually have a video on that. Because in Endwalker, this whole thing with hoarding materia to then sell on the patch drop of a new raid tier and such became super popular. But the thing is, that stops working if everyone is doing it. So my guide was more on, like, general suggestions on how to, like, find niches to fill, because the most effective way to make Gil is to find a niche and fill it. I genuinely made millions, a few million Gil, by selling classic spectacles for a large part of Endwalker. Like, I just had one of my retainers just always be selling, like, 10 classic spectacles. But now that we have this, I don't see it making that much money. I just don't. So that one's for free. That one you get for free, but it's probably not any good anymore. So basically, if I told you what to sell on the market board, then assuming more people hear me say that, then that strategy stops being useful. Thank you, Erdel. And exactly. So I can't really give specific advice. Like, the way I made... Like, you can... It's hidden behind the chat a little bit, but you can see how much money I have. The vast majority of it is genuinely from me, like, just selling things that I pick up. Which is also why you'll sometimes see a significant dip in gil. And then it'll, like, gradually climb again, because the way I made most of my money is by not spending much. Like, I have a relatively low income of gil, but I also have an extremely low spending amount. I'll say Steak and Ritmaster. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, market board flipping is also a thing you can do. Like, buy someone else's thing and then sell it for higher. That is often a very effective strat. That is often what makes it difficult. My suggestion, if you're looking for a way to make gil, like just a way to make gil, it doesn't have to be the best, but it should be something that you can just do. Just something you can just unpack and just start today. If that's what you want, then my suggestion would be that Zane Lionheart, which is also on YouTube, makes videos on exactly that a lot of the time. Like, various strategies to straight up just make gil. And a large part of the gil made is, while you do the thing, you pick up items that are just valuable to a vendor. So you just sell it to the vendor. Boom jams. Free money. And it, like, that income never changes. Like, that part is guaranteed. Now, the rest of the items might be something that they're like, that he's like, sell that on the market board. But overall, you will make gil by following those strategies. Tongue says submarines are just great as well. See, the problem with going just to a submarine is, if you're saying, how do I make gil, you probably don't have the things needed to make a submarine. And the time it takes to make the submarine in the first place is like, yeah, if you need money, just step one, already have money, and also set this thing up over the next few weeks. Like, you know? Yes, it would work, but also... Exactly, Osteig. Easiest way to be a millionaire is to be born a billionaire. There, you just have to fail your way to your goal. ACJ, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that is also a way the dog bone strat. Yeah, that makes sense. Small Kai is not logged in over a year. That must have looked weird. Do you think we'll go about level 100 in the next expansion? I don't know. I remember that when Dawntrail was on its way, I believe we had Yoshi P start talking about what should they do instead. Do we level past 100? What do we do? But I don't think there was like anything like pointing to what is actually going to happen. So they should make the cap be level 99 like all classic Final Fantasies. I have a feeling that a lot of people would actually go absolutely ballistics if they left it at 99. Even with that in mind. Partly because a lot of people like to have the round 100, but also partly because if you've checked some of the feedback for Final Fantasy 16, and also 7 Remake, and 15 has been that that's not how Final Fantasy works. Final Fantasy 16 is wrong because normally Final Fantasy is fantasy magic in a like sci-fi universe, and 15 and 7 is also wrong because Final Fantasy is normally fantasy, actual fantasy world, when in reality it's kind of both. Yes, it started with like mostly fantasy with like randomly some steampunk elements, like sometimes some things would be super futuristic, but otherwise the game is in like almost like a medieval setting. But the point I'm making here is that doing anything in Final Fantasy 14 purely based on tradition from previous Final Fantasy games, if it looks weird without that point of reference, then a lot of players will be like, that's weird. And even if you explain to them, but actually, they will probably still be like, but it's weird. So it is probably safest to just act like those, like that, like aspects like that are not a thing. I wouldn't mind if max level was 99, but I just want to point out that max damage is not a specific number of 9s either, I don't believe. It probably is, but a lot of the time they just set the damage of an attack to be a number of 9s. Not necessarily maximum damage. It's just the easiest way to say that's a lot of damage. Just go pop, 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 pop. There you go. 7 9s, that should probably kill them. And sometimes it's not. I believe Ramu Extremes Hardened Rage does like 30,000 damage. He has Metricon. Hope you're doing well. The maximum level should eventually be 255. And yeah, exactly that's what I mean, Zaf, is that the fact that older Hardened Rages have less 9s kind of indicate that they just, like, they didn't go... Like, they didn't set some value as just do maximum damage. They just set a number of 9s. Which could be like a vague reference, but it makes sense. It's just, it did so much damage that you died. Boom. And an easy way to do that is just like, just click 9 a couple times. But yeah, overall, all the Final Fantasy games have things in common. But I feel like many of the greatest like Final Fantasy-isms, you could say, are things they would need to introduce early, because the ones that are going to be playing, for instance, a Realm Reborn initially when a Realm Reborn releases, will be the players that are like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy. They know. They will know. They will catch all of it. They'll be like, ah, yes, of course max damage would be 9,999, even though it isn't. It could have been, but it isn't. It wasn't. But like these kind of things would just be like, of course. Why wouldn't it be? It would always be like this. But once you get to like Shadowbringers or Endwalker, the game has accumulated so many people that might be like, this is my first Final Fantasy game, like Tongue said, that while they can make a reference, the reference needs to stand on its own, because a large part of the players will not get it. So if you make a joke that is only funny if, if you played Final Fantasy V, oh man, you should have, you would have laughed. And you'd be like, yeah, but I didn't though. Like, you can make that joke in a Realm Reborn. But if you make it in Endwalker, then you have to make sure that someone who barely knows what Final Fantasy is would need to laugh too. Hey, Spartak, hope you're doing well. And also you, Iridian. Yannick says in a recent interview, OGP declared that the fourth deep dungeon will be more casual friendly. He didn't say that. He said that the fourth deep dungeon will appeal to a more casual playstyle. I want to, like, I want you to grab that, Yannick, okay? Hold on to that and tell me, how has Yoshi P described the previous deep dungeons? If your answer is, I don't know, then my suggestion is look it up. If you don't find anything, then we might as well assume that he sees all the deep dungeons as more casual playstyle content. In which case, him saying that it would appeal to a more casual playstyle is basically the same as saying it's a deep dungeon. So what I would like is you take your pitchfork and put it back where you found it. And then see if they refer to Eureka Authors as a casual, as more casual friendly or something, or if they refer to Heavensward as more casual friendly or something, or if they refer to Palace of the Dead as more casual friendly or something. Oh, I know, Yannick. The reason why I'm clarifying this is because there are 1,000,000% people that read that interview and got the same thing you did. That Yoshi P said it will be more casual friendly, which is not exactly what he said. It is not what he said. And if you say that was what he said, go back to the interview, read what he actually said, because that's not what he said. Because your statement didn't include the word playstyle, so that's not what he said. My opinion on it is, personally, I feel like Eureka Authors overshot the mark. Like, I feel like it is too mean, in my opinion. So, if the new Deep Dungeon is closer to, like, Heavensward or, like, the second half of Palace of the Dead, I think that might be good. I think that might actually be good. Like, I'm just saying, in Eureka Authors, it feels like by floor 1, most mobs are like, if you give them 10 seconds, they can just kill you just like that. And yes, if you're smart, that just won't happen. Like, you're of course supposed to fight back. It's not meant to be like your like baby's first deep dungeon. That's why it is like like you need to do Palace of the Dead first. I'm aiming to get over there. I think it's this one. Nope, it's this one, I think. It might also be somewhere between Eureka Authors and Heaven on High, but I felt like Eureka Authors was a bit too hard. But I think, while we're on the topic, that I feel like the reason why they might be making a hard mode version of the floor 99 boss is because the final bosses of Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High might fall a bit flat for a player that is experienced in deep dungeons, especially in a 4-man group. So the hard mode version would make sure that they either can make sure that the mechanics that they put there are actually mean, or alternatively, they imagine maybe they made a design of the boss that is way meaner and were like, that's maybe a bit too, like a little too rough, considering that, like, unless you have a command of racing or whatever, it's one and done. It's a little too mean. So they made the, like I said, that's the hard mode version, and then we dial it back a bit, and then they just went, fantastic, we have a hard mode version, and then maybe Yoshi P is then selling it as if like, oh yeah, we had some extra time, so we made a hard mode version, when in reality they made the hard mode version first and was like, yeah, this maybe not. I would find that hilarious, by the way. Imagine if they did that. Like, that they made the content and was like, whoops, that's too hard. Well, no point throwing it out. I'm not sure how I'll wake you, Fila. And that's correct, Tyler. And apparently you need to have done... I actually didn't know you needed to do 1 to 50 Palace of the Dead to get into Heaven on High. So at least I feel like that is how a decent chunk of hard mode content is made, especially in 14. Maybe? I don't know. That's also possible, Bondi. I will also say, if the hard mode boss here just becomes something that is available that you can just go and enjoy once you've completed it. Like, for example, like as if like once you've done one full run, like it's just there as something you can do. Then I feel like that is actually a really neat trick to get people, like especially like a one-trick Savage Raiders, to actually give content like Deep Dungeons a try. Because I am actually 100% convinced there is a significant portion of Savage Raiders that have never set foot in a Deep Dungeon. And while that's not a problem, not at all, I am also certain that a percentage of those Savage Raiders that are just, nope, I only do Savage Raids, nothing else. Some of them would actually enjoy Deep Dungeons if they tried them. And I feel like that's a thing with a lot of content in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, that a lot of players choose to only play one or two types of content. And then they just never do anything else. Even like, which could mean that there's like several types of content that they would have enjoyed, but they never gave it a chance. And if you try to convince them, they'll be like, no, I only want to do Savage Raiding. I don't want to waste my time on the other stuff. And sure, I'm just saying, some kids will refuse to try some kind of food for years. And when they finally try it, they discover what they've been missing. And the only reason why they missed out was because they refused to try it over and over and over again. So by putting an actual challenge, but you have to do the Deep Dungeon first, you have to eat your greens, these players would possibly go and try Deep Dungeons and might just find some content that they missed out on all this time. And if they don't like it, they only have to complete it once. Hey Scott, hope you're doing well. Since a vast number of the players I know that are Savage only are players from another game where that mindset was all they knew or was available. Yep, that sounds about right. That's usually how it goes, and it's also just a thing with gaming nowadays that players are more likely to pick up a game for one thing. Like, that's also the reason why, in a way, that when people discuss, like, I think often people call it the big 4 or big 5 or so MMOs. They usually highlight that this MMO is good at this MMO is good at this, and this MMO is good at this. Like, but it's usually presented like, if you like doing this, then you'll play this. If you like doing this, you'll play this. Not as in, this game has all of these options, but it's particularly good at that. It's just, this game does this. Like, humans really like to put things in boxes. And a game that wants to be in, like, I don't know, 30 different boxes does not do that very well. Bondi says, what if the Deep Dungeon Super Boss gives gear? Sure. If it would be, actually, Bondi, if it was like Criterion, it would allow you to upgrade the Tome weapon to be equal to the Savage weapon. And now it would glow. You know, the funny thing is that for some reason, I had pictured it differently. I know where I'm going now. But for some reason, I had swapped the end destinations of these two places. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's fair. I will say, the thing is, if the one thing the game does well is your favorite thing, then it doesn't matter that it only does that one thing. Because you weren't going to do any of the other things anyway. Like, maybe you would. But if the other options weren't there, you probably wouldn't mind. Like, in an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, it makes sense to have a lot of options. Because there are a lot of different players, and maybe you don't want to, like, Savage raid all the time. Maybe you want to have some other stuff, like various different intensities of experiences. It makes sense to have that. But arguably, it would be, would you be confused or not? Like, what would you think if someone left a review of, like, I don't know, Elden Ring, and was like, bruh, it's just fighting enemies and exploring. Where's the crafting? Hello? Why isn't there a park somewhere with mini games that have nothing to do with combat where I can just hang out? And why is there no hub area where I can just stand around with randos and show off my outfit? Like, I'm just saying, if I saw a review like that, I would be like, I feel like you bought a very specific... Yeah, where's the kart racing? Like, I'm just saying you bought a very specific experience, and the game is really good at that, because it's serving you exactly that experience. You can craft an Elden Ring. Are you crafting, or are you telling an NPC to make it for you, Bondi? Is your character actually bringing out the hammer on the anvil? Or do you have a guy do it? I expected this to take way longer. Your character can craft. Fair enough. But I will say you probably still got my point, right? You hit a button in a menu and it makes the item. I would say that's a little bit like, imagine Monster Hunter, but if the only crafting you could make was like the potions and such. Does that sound about right? Fila says, have any of the devs teams at any point in time mentioned anything about hunts? Someone said they would never pay attention to it. I just want to know if that's true. All I know is that supposedly the way we approach hunts is not the intended way. I don't know if there's a source on that. Bundy says Elden Ring was so huge it actually did draw reviews like that. Yes, but if you read such a review, what were your thoughts on it, Bundy? Did you think, yeah, actually, why isn't the game more, like, why does it have more options? Or did you think, nah, this game is about this and this. It makes sense that it just does this and this. Like, do you think those reviews complaining about that were reasonable? Or do you think they're ridiculous? Hey Vic, hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly. If you take out the gear crafting part of Monster Hunter, you can only make consumables and the power talon and the armor talon, which is like one-time crafts and that's it. So, but my point being that because Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO like it is, it makes sense for it to try and appeal to a lot of different people, but it doesn't have to be. Case in point, how WoW has gotten better and better and better at focusing on a very specific experience. So, like, if you're getting into the game for that experience, fantastic, then you've come to the right place. Sally says, WoW or Wizard 101 I would call a water park due to how hard focused on combat they are, while 14 and even PSO 2 are proper theme parks. I will say that WoW has gotten better at making crafting a little bit more interesting from what I've seen. About 1 hour. I had expected this walk to take a lot longer when I saw how many places we're going. But yeah, I suppose part of the problem would be if you pay for Final Fantasy XIV to only use the water slides to try and expand a little bit on Sally's analogy, then the fact that it has this whole selection of other rides doesn't matter. If you only wanted the water slide. Which of course means that if you get into Final Fantasy XIV expecting it to be all water slides, then you're going to be sorely disappointed because a significant amount of the development time will go to everything else too. And you know what, Sally? That is actually an interesting, slightly interesting comparison to my life. Because in my family, we always had this tradition of going to a specific amusement park in Denmark. But I am not very fond of rides like that go way up in the air or go super fast or sling you around. I don't want any of that. You can probably see that listing those things means that it's like, okay, then there's not much you can do, is there? Correct. Which meant that, like, we had to buy these, like, wristbands that give you, like, 10 goes on every ride. Like, it is extremely good value considering how expensive it is to go on each ride without such a wristband. So it's like, if you went a full 10 rides on just like a 10 goes on a specific ride, then you basically made your money. But it didn't change the fact that I would go like 8 or 9 times in the bumper cars. And then I'd go like 5 or 6 times in like this little rodeo racing thing. And that was it. While my brother and my dad would go in multiple rides. And my mom would go nowhere, so she just didn't have a wristband. Like, she didn't want one at all. She wouldn't go in anything. Maybe she'd go in one thing once, and that was it. And I believe one year, I also was like, nah, I'll just not have a wristband. Because I'm going to go so few times that it doesn't matter. And then, like, the year after that, I was just like... Well, I think that was actually when I had already started streaming. So I was like, well, actually, I can't stay for that long over the summer. I need to get back and stream and make videos, you know. So I just didn't go. And this year I also didn't go. Which is kind of an analogy of... I went to the amusement park or the theme park or whatever with all the options, found 2 that I wanted, did those, and eventually lost interest in those, and then I quit. So presumably, if there's only one thing you want to do, then you're not that attached. Mia says, my point of questioning though would be, wouldn't you be better off in a water park then? Exactly. If you only want to do the water slide, then the optimal move would be to just go to a water park with just a bunch of water slides. Erdl says, there is a water slide transition in Center Valley. I'm happy. Nice. Yeah, something like that, Redmaster. Going to a restaurant that specializes in hamburgers and complaining they don't have pizza. Or alternatively, complaining that their pizza's not that good. Instead of just being surprised they had one. So it is a complicated conversation, in a way. But I think part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV has this weird relationship with it is because, as I said, it feels like games nowadays, not MMOs necessarily, but games, are more likely to offer one experience. Maybe a second one that is slightly adjacent to the main experience. Like maybe there's like a different game mode where like the teams are different or where attacks work differently or something, but largely speaking it's the same game, it's basically a different map. Exactly, games are becoming more specialized, but that makes sense because nowadays there are so many games to choose from that you don't need necessarily one game to be all of the things. And see, the funny thing, Bondi, is that while I can see your analogy, that's not what Final Fantasy became. Because Final Fantasy Realm Reborn was not a water park. It was the theme park. And then Heavensward expanded on the theme park, and then there was a kid that came there that really, really liked the water slides. And they had like a few. And then each year, they might add a little bit, they'd adjust a little bit, but maybe they don't improve as much on the water slides as you'd want or hope. But they are also expanding the other things each year. But you just want the water slides. Just the water slides. One day, those water slides are just not going to be good enough. But the whole theme park was there. The problem is that you only saw the water slide. So when one day the water slide wasn't sufficient, you looked around and was like, what's all this other stuff? Like, I'm just saying... I actually talked about this on the last stream, while we did the Realm Reborn Relic speedrun. Both the Realm Reborn and Heavensward Relic grinds... Like, the Realm Reborn Relic grind requires that you craft a weapon, technically, or you buy it, but you craft a weapon, you need materia that to some degree you had to, like, you know, like, convert gear to materia to get, or buy it, just to start. Then you had to do a bunch of dungeons. Then you had to do a huge amount of fates. Then you had to do do these books that required you to kill random enemies in the overworld, do live quests, do fates again, and do some dungeons over and over and over again. Then you have the Alexandrite step, where basically you have to collect a humongous amount of Alexandrite, and you need to get a huge amount of these maps and stuff. Like, a bunch of things can give you these Alexandrite, as I understand. But you need a huge amount of Alexandrite, and so a huge amount of materia, and you practically want specific ones, so either you need to do a lot of grinding, or kill again. And the light farm is basically do combat content while using the weapon. And then there's like this whole quest sequence where you need to like explore the world and find the NPC that sells that item, and you have to find these items that you need to descend to like make these other things that you need to then craft into things, and then you put it all together, and then like you go one step further, and then there's more light farming. But overall, the Realm Reborn Relic grind is, here's the theme park. If you want the best weapon in the game, you have to visit every single slide and ride. Every single one. Otherwise, you don't get it. There are a few of the really rough rides that we'll let you skip, but then you have to do the other ones way more. But those are your options. That's it. Heavensward was a lot more focused on combat in that sense, but the Crystal Sand was specifically, as far as I can see, easier to acquire with gathering and crafting. So, and then Stormblood came and was like, we don't need any of that. It's just all Eureka now. And then people forgot, I guess. But no, Final Fantasy XIV never was the water park. It never was. And if you thought it was, then it was because you only saw the water slide. Right. I have a bunch of clips. I don't think we'll get to all of them, but I have a bunch of clips. I have something from Mizunashi. I actually have a bunch from Zav. I have some from Gazel, from Yannick, and from Raging Bull. If you are in the chat, just little message so I know that you're there. Yannick is here, Mizunashi is here, Gazel is here, Raging Bull is here. I do know I saw Zav earlier, but just give it a chance. Give him a chance in case Zav. Sorry, that's okay, Zav. It's more that I don't think we might get to them all. We can just keep some of them in stock, so that it's not all of it at once. That's okay. To me, my clippers! Right. Actually, how about we start with Mizunashi's clip, since we're already on it. This clip is demonstrating how easy it is to solo Suzaku Extreme now, as a Dark Knight. There is sound on it. It doesn't surprise me that it would be easy, because I managed to solo Suzaku Extreme like early mid Endwalker. in a... I can't remember if I had casual biz.
You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes.
The issue with Suzaku was to bring the ads into where small crystals spawn. I don't even think it's that. The way I did it as warrior and early endwalker was you just invuln at the right time. But it was tight enough that I needed to use tinctures. But if you can make it to phase 2, then you're pretty much good. Wow. You can just burst them now by now through the HP up. Well, that makes it even easier, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. Apparently, at least one of them is also just livable. Well, actually, it looks like 3 explosions with that. Nah, never mind. And there was the invuln. The funny thing about this is the fact that she's considerate enough to only use one when there's only one player. Back in Shadowbringers, when I mount farmed this, I remember one of my friends at the time had trouble with this mechanic. Like, they straight up couldn't do it properly. Like, they'd miss the majority of the arrows. Before I reveal why, does anyone want to guess the reason?
I will protect you, I promise. Please, my love, if only you listen.
Zam's legacy controls. It was related to legacy controls. Bad camera angle. It wasn't that she couldn't, that they couldn't see it. It was actually that they couldn't make it. Matthew says keyboard turning. There it is. They were playing on a controller on standard controls. So if it was like this way and then this way, they'd miss it because they'd be like, all right, I have to face this way. Okay. Miss. I hope you're doing well, Matthew. And A-Tape, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that was also like my experience was like, you should probably not be using standard controls on a controller. Hey Rek, hope you're doing well. Just to be clear, this was not a smack on controllers. It was specifically it's an extremely, I would say, well-known problem that that standard controls and controller is a terrible mix. But yeah, as far as I can see here, it seems like what's really challenging is just, well, quote unquote challenging, is in getting to phase 2. And once you are in phase 2, it's pretty doable. But I will also say on my end that if when I grab my Wondrous Tails, and look at it, if I see a Stormblood extreme, unless it is Lakshmi, and even if it is Lakshmi, I sometimes still don't, but unless it is Lakshmi, I pretty much never do it. Not that it's because, oh, it's too hard, it's more that it takes as long as many other tasks, and then also has like the slight chance that maybe you actually goof it up and then have to spend more time. It would be faster for me to just, like, if I have 1 to 50, or level 1 to 49, I'll just run Aurum Vale, it'll take 3 minutes, or 2. So why do this? Right? Like, that's the reason why I typically don't. But I was aware it was doable. I will say it looked easier here, Mizunashin, than I had actually expected it to be. So good on you on that. Susano's also impossible solo, but I imagine you have people to help. Me? I do my Wondrous Tales alone off stream. But I wouldn't bother doing Susano Extreme. But yeah, if you were to mount farm it, you would need at least one helper. Sally says standard controls are more commonly known amongst older gamers as tank controls. If it weren't for the ability to turn yourself with the mouse, they'd be just as bad on keyboard. Yeah, pretty much. The big gain, and what people often overlook when they like talk about standard controls. We've talked about this a million times, but like what typically, Betelgeuse, I think you missed something in this conversation. Is that they go, well, you have to turn like this, forgetting that you can turn like this, right? Betelgeuse, we were talking about Susano Extreme. And furthermore, there was a ninja that did it in late Endwalker before Wrath even had a chance to even consider doing it. And additionally, Betelgeuse, the reason, or at least part of the reason why it was such an important detail that Wrath could beat Susano was because it was the known wall. Before he had barely started his journey, I put out a video in response to his start on his journey, analyzing it, and I found that Susano was the roadblock. So I knew if even without following Wrath, I knew when he beat it, because the day that he did, someone left a comment on my video saying that he did it. No worries, Betelgeuse. The reason why Susano Extreme is not soloable is because you basically need to... I believe you need to one-shot him from like 40% still. If not higher than that on Extreme. And on Extreme, that's not possible. On normal, it was apparently possible in super late Endwalker. On a full base ninja. It's higher on Extreme. Even worse. This is where the solo ends. Because of... Because of Seed? Seed of Sacrifice, Osteich? Are the Shadowbringers Extremes more soloable? Oh yeah, Hades Captivity. I'm going out on a limb here, like based on how he's dealt with it in the past. My guess is that he would like bring as few players as necessary, and they just are there to make it as doable as possible. In the same, I would assume in the same vein that he would probably bring a full party for Seat of Sacrifice, and they just hang out so that he will get the LB. That's my guess. Like, I'll let me know if I guessed right. Yeah, technically, you actually don't need to be in an 8-man. I believe, I think Zarf has shown this off before. It might have been someone else. But the way blue mages beat Seat of Sacrifice is that they just have one of the blue mages die in phase 1, I think. And then they rest them. And then they take the rest as the damage rolls out. So that the boss just goes kaboom, kills everyone, and then it's like, wait, why are you alive? And then like they just rest everyone one by one. But yeah, that would be my guess. That he would probably bring like a person. If you need, I don't know if you need 1 or 2. But he'd bring enough that they can take captivity on Hades for him. And for Seat of Sacrifice, he'd probably bring either a full party so he can tank LB, or he'll bring someone to res him or something. And hey Casey, hope you're doing well. Yes, I did. And just to be clear, I could also imagine that you might need some overleveling to do something like Seat of Sacrifice solo. And hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. And Favna, hope you're doing well as well. And Casey. Right. Next up, we have Zarf's Behemoth clear here, which was just... you can already see some of the cursedness, partly, I guess, in the Alliance. I have to ask, Zarf, why is it that some of them are allowed to be jobs? I don't have 2 conjurers. But this is Labyrinth of the Ancients, minimum item level, no echo, with mostly no job stones and also no accessories. Which means no right side equip, like none of this. All of this just went poof. That's a lot of HP. It was an optional thing for each player. Okay, so some people just didn't. Fair enough. So, I got some notes on some of the things in the fight. I might be understanding these wrong, but Zarf wrote, the pillars charge up and explode. The Iron Giant and Behemoth cleaves can destroy them. The spawning bombs can destroy them. And the amount of destroyed towers increases the damage from the lightning AoE that is happening at all times in the fight. So if I understand correctly, the pillars will do damage every so often, But if you get rid of them to avoid that, then you just take more damage all the time. This is usually a completely irrelevant detail because, well, the bombs are usually killed extremely fast, sometimes unintentionally, and the fight is over before the pillars matter. Also, Thaumaturge level 50 cursed rotation. Oh, that's actually pretty smart. Using Blizzard 2 because you don't have Blizzard 3. That is big brain. And the reason I don't have Blizzard 3 is because, for some reason, Blizzard 3 is a Black Mage spell. Did you intentionally kill off all but one comet, or was that by accident? Casey says there are pillars in this fight. Oh, you see the energy tower console over there? That is descriptively a tower or a pillar. That is an object that I would describe as a pillar or a tower. Not to be confused with pillar soaks. They even have this console you have to use. Supposedly, the story, like, see, you see how it lit up there? And someone has to click on it to stop it before it explodes. The story goes that back in a Realm Reborn, Alliance raids, at least Labyrinth of the Ancients, was released where the standard Alliance comp was 2 tanks per Alliance instead of 1. And, oh, smart move! Potion time. That because you had 6 tanks, the way people basically quote-unquote brain-deaded it was just have a tank just stand next to a tower for the entire fight, ready to click the tower. Like basically the, what is my purpose? You click the tower. Oh my god. And yeah, in fully synced, you straight up just don't. Because the fight is over before the towers do anything. Here's a funny thing. You see how people are actually killing the Iron Giant? In regular synced groups, it is not uncommon that people just ignore the Iron Giant, even though it is doing damage. Because the Iron Giants spawn, from what I can tell, on certain HP thresholds. But there's only one at a time. Which means that because of the speed at which just regular synced groups kill Behemoth, if you kill the first Iron Giant, it just immediately spawns one more. Because there's one sitting in queue just with his bags I'm ready to go. So if you actually kill it, you just get one more. So people just don't a lot of the time. Sally says, this is why I will tell people that stuff doesn't need a DPS check to be hard. To be fair, they have complicated mechanics there, and a large part of those mechanics are, you need to kill this, now you need to kill this, now you need to kill this. So Behemoth basically just prolongs the fight by throwing more HP bars at you. But that was wild. I will say the fact that the lightning floor basically kept the healers on their toes for the entire fight, like specifically Zav's party, was a lot of the time extremely close to death. Like, that's amazing. I was like, Klutz, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And welcome to the game. Mia says, imagine training for 50 levels to become one of the best and unkillable tanks, only to do nothing but click a tower. Yeah, exactly. Genuinely, exactly. But that's the funny thing, is that like, just as far as I've seen, Labyrinth of the Ancients has multiple of these kinds of, like, weirdly specific things. Like, I feel like Behemoth is particularly brutal on that, but the dragon has its own type of madness. I've actually demonstrated how it is done in one of my Mythbuster videos, but the way the dragon boss works, you may have noticed that, like, you attack the dragon and, like, gradually about, like, 6 adds spawn. And then, like, when the dragon dies, the skeletons do, like, this, like, rah thing, and, like, some of them respawn, and then they just, like, bolt at the boss and then explode. So fast that if you don't kill them before they start running, then it's probably too late and they're gonna make it. The way that fight actually works is that the skeletons have a, I would say, 90% heavy debuff. Thank you, Ardell. Like, they actually run so slow that if they went any slower, they would go backwards. And they are running towards the dragon. But they also essentially have, like, an unspoken aura that if they are within a certain distance of another skeleton, they tether together and make and remove the heavy debuff on each other. And their normal run speed is turbo, which is what you see. So what you're supposed to do is basically every 25% HP, I believe, a wave of skeletons, like 2 skeletons, will spawn like in the middle. And then you have 2 tanks, like, grab one each and move them out to one of, like, the Narnia spots, like, all the way out. And kill them there, because they'll respawn there when the dragon dies. And you had 6 tanks, so you have 1 tank on the boss, and then you have, like, 2 tanks grab a skeleton each, and then a new wave, and then a new wave. And you had enough tanks that you could, like, rotate them, but when they made it 1 tank per alliance, it still worked because you had 3 tanks. You could have 1 tank pull them out, and you just needed to, like, hold the damage so that the skeletons didn't spawn too fast. But I believe I've also been told that at some point in a Realm Reborn, they nerfed the damage from the skeletons exploding. Which is to say they did, I believe, double the damage they do now. And each skeleton that makes it to the zombie dragon pulses the raid for 1000 damage. That is unmitigatable, I believe. You can shield it, but I don't think you can reduce it in any other way. Not 100% sure on that, but they do like 1000 damage per skeleton. But before those nerfs, it was 2000. And when Labyrinth of the Ancients was current, 2 of them mean you die. And yeah, if they did 2k damage, it would actually be a huge problem. But just consider that. The dragon fight as intended, is like carefully whittling down the dragon. Oh, 2 skeletons spawned, get them out to the edge, and then kill them, and then like 2 more skeletons spawn, and then get them out to another corner, and then like 2 more spawn, and then you put those out to a corner. You have to have like at least 1 DPS, possibly 2, on each skeleton to make sure they die early enough, even though like they run like molasses, so like if you just pulled them far enough out, then 1 DPS can probably do it. And have time for coffee and biscuits or whatever, and then come back to the dragon just fine. But, like, that was also an alliance raid fight. And it's really complicated when you think about it. Like, the last wave just has this, like, army of eyes coming in, just absolutely crazy. I'm not sure if you're just supposed to just like have 2 tanks just like take half each and hope just survive, or if you're supposed to like focus them down. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. I just know that the skeleton part we are not doing as intended. Skeleton was the OG Jabberwock. Yeah, no way, Krakenmo. Hope you're doing well. Coffee and biscuits, not coffee biscuits? I mean, you can have coffee biscuits for your coffee and biscuits. And yeah, Glacial Avalanche is also one of those. I think we'll get back to this. How about we next do... Yannick has this Palace of the Dead as Bard. It's specifically Behemoth. Which are just for a quick... reference point here. Oh, by the way, 3 minutes left on the clock. Ooh boy. This fight on its own is like, thank you, Erdel, is really long, like all things considered. And you're like carefully whittling down the boss while like preparing your burst as best you can, because the moment it hits a certain HP threshold, which I can never remember, the boss just starts spamming Ecliptic Meteor, which does like 90% of your HP in damage. And it just spams it. So like, you need to heal up again between them, or you will die. Hey Yuriki, hope you're doing well. I am doing pretty well myself. I think it's been a while, I think. Oh, there's also the detail if you're a melee job that if you're attacking Behemoth from the quote-unquote wrong angle, he can punch you in between Ecliptic Meteors. How's the prog been going, Juriki? If only Partyfinder wasn't so goofy right now. Oh, this is attempt. That explains why you're so tight on time. You know, CJ, it's extra funny because not only are there the coffee biscuits in the game, but I actually did an April Fool's video a few years back of making a coffee biscuits recipe video, but presented as if it is a savage boss guide. Here it comes. Are you not supposed to be... Okay, you moved. I was like, are you not in melee range? The mega heals to take a second Ecliptic Meteor. Is that video still up? Of course. There it is. Thank you, Ardil. Cole says, I have no idea how this works. Why not hit buttons? So, Cole, let me explain. The way this boss works is that he will basically cycle using Charybdis, Trounce, and like a lightning AoE or something. And he'll just keep doing that until he hits, I believe it's 14.9%. So optimally, you want to be sure that the boss is in the middle of doing something before that, so that he has to finish that before casting Ecliptic Meteor. So basically, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to get the boss. Like, technically, there is like, you know, the duty timer, and you have some buffs that are ticking down. But technically, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to get the boss to 15%. Because the DPS check happens on 15%. And the DPS check is the boss will hit you for 90% of your HP, thereabouts, every 10 seconds. So depending on how many times you can heal up again, you have either 20 seconds, 30 seconds, or maybe 40 seconds. And if you're like Astrologian or something, you have several minutes, but it'll take you several minutes. So the reason why not hitting buttons is basically like lining up everything to burst as hard as you possibly can. Because you need to do 15% of this boss's HP in under 30 seconds. Because of DPS straight up, like, this is how close it was. If Behemoth didn't die in that exact moment, then Yannick would have died, because the damage actually already hit. It just, the boss died first. Yeah, that is what makes this, like, this fight and the 90 floor boss are both bosses where they have several, like, have points where it's like, if you mess up for even a moment, it's over. The problem, of course, is that it's Palace of the Dead, and I mean, it takes hours to get there, which is like what really makes it brutal. Like, I'm telling you, I would probably do Palace of the Dead way more if there were some checkpoints beyond the option to start at, like, well, if you're soloing, you can't start at 451 if you want the achievement. So there are no checkpoints. And yeah, that was well done. Well done, Yannick. Good luck, Talamon. That is quite goofy, Bronto. By the way, Yannick, I have a question. Why do you have 5 Dark Knight sets? And also 3 Machinist sets? Like, are they for something specific? I'm guessing they are. Glams. Ah, okay. There's also the funny thing that because Palace of the Dead be like that, you could beat this, and then on the next 10 floors, you die to a random regular mob. Because they crit twice in a row or something, and you flinched for a brief second. So while the big highlights are those bosses, at a certain floor it becomes so hard that, like, there was like 1 minute left on the timer. That is 59 minutes of being locked in, as they say. So but the problem is, again, in my opinion at least, that the part where it becomes a full hour of being fully locked in is preceded by, you know, depending on how good you are, but at least like 10 hours potentially of not being locked in. Of just grinding through. Which is a bit frustrating. Like, if you go back to, like, start of this year, end of last year, I had this period of doing weekly Palace of the Dead streams. I didn't beat it. Not once. I think we had 6 attempts, I believe. And that was months. And it was just 6 attempts. Because it took that long to climb back up to the hard part. And part of the reason I stopped was because I didn't find it very fun anymore. Another part was also that, because of how long such a run takes, if you don't continue it at least weekly, it'll feel like if I only did like one of those streams a month, hypothetically, it would take like 5 months to actually see Behemoth. And that's assuming I don't wipe to something stupid before that. So it takes up a lot of the, you could say, time slots where I could do something else as well. That would only really work if I like off stream farmed my way up to like, I don't know, floor 150, and then just had like one big attempt and then like grind off stream again. That could work. Maybe I'll do that one day. How about we do this one next? This is Zarf showing us off Glacial Labolas. This boss is like, I don't see, like, not a lot of people ask about it, but if there was any boss in the Crystal Tower series that people go, what is his deal? What does he do? It would be this guy. Because when you do it synced, he doesn't do anything. Like, straight up, he doesn't do anything. Ilana, hope you're doing well. So I am quite curious. Again, Zarf has left some notes. The Clockwork Rites, which is these guys, which you almost certainly have seen, are invincible until someone steps into this, like, field under them. And if someone steps into them like that, I believe it's into the field or it's into the tether. Either way, if you stop them from being invincible, you become crowd controlled and can't move or attack. So you basically have to sacrifice a guy to allow yourself to attack these guys. And I'm not sure if they heal or like heal Glacial Bolas or if they make him take less damage. But either way, synced normally, they don't do anything. Matthew says, if you do normal minimum item level no echo, he still doesn't do anything. Which is, of course, why this team has a mix of no jobstones and no accessories. Where are you hanging out today? We are at the edge of living memory on Ravana. There's also a point where you have to jump to those side platforms. Dragon says, I have a casual weekly deep dungeon group and we have swapped to Heaven on High after several failures in the high 180s. Ah, well, it takes some practice. Like, either, like, once you know, it becomes a lot easier. It's quite wild. Actually, real quick before that, if I remember correctly, back in a previous Mogtom event where the Ultimog was, I think it was clear floor 100 in Palace of the Dead, I grabbed like 3 friends and did a full run of Palace of the Dead. I think it took 8 hours. I think. And if it took 8 hours, then I just want to point out that that took less time than finishing a whole relic, a whole Realm Reborn relic with pre-work done. But that requires that you know what you're doing. Next time they'll give Mogtom for a completed AR relic. Oh, that would suck. Especially if it's like at a point where I've actually finished. Sally says books can go F themselves. I'm just saying I want that statement, and then next to that the picture of my stream right around when we were like on the 9th book, when it passed over the 7-hour mark. No, I'm sorry, Yasuo. I didn't know that we had a time constraint there. Otherwise, I would have probably taken yours next. I'll try to take note of a timestamp, and then hopefully someone can send it to you so you know. Aerodel will get you. Sorry, Gazel. But enjoy your evening. And yeah, that too, Agent Moncon. Not only did it take like 7 hours, but it also included me having helpers. There's an interesting conversation in the Alliance chat in the clip about what vile utterance is. Deathstream. Huh. And he became invulnerable there. Or unattackable. Brontom, the next one would be 2 weeks from now, but if you'd want some advice sooner, my suggestion would be either, you know, you can post a clip in crib reviews, you could post it in clip review, but you could also, as like alternatively or simultaneously, post a clip of some gameplay of yourself in the classroom and see if others have some input. And maybe I have some input there. It's just if you put it in clip review, then I will not see it until it's clip review time. What is happening with these? Oh! Let me just rewind this. So the Squire redirects these beams. I guess. And it redirected it from the source to a crystal, and those crystals then activate a platform that can allow you to jump bigly, so you can get out, which you will need eventually for something. It sounds about right, Substance. I had no clue what was going on at this point. What? You just jumping in circles didn't know what was happening? No. No. No way. Nah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Run! I was wondering what the plan was, but apparently ads are spawning. Mia says it's wild how much stuff we're skipping nowadays. Yeah, right? My guess is that once they saw how hard it was for players to do this stuff, the simple way to like remove that barrier was to just, well, you know, make you skip it. Like, it'll probably not surprise you that the first boss in Circus Tower, you know, the one with the wolf heads, has a mechanic that is comparable to the ancient flare from the final boss in Labyrinth of the Ancients. And no, it's not. I don't believe it's the ancient flare that she uses. It's a different one, and you have to like set things up with like electrifying the 3 tower thingies. You know, the ones where you dump off your electric orbs. They serve a purpose. And if you don't do it, it's a wipe. Or it should be. But I don't think I've ever seen it. Yes, Scylla. I don't think I've ever seen it. I've read about it. Right. Well, I will do well done, by the way, Zaf. I do think it was funny. I could specifically see moments where you were completely stuck because you were looking at the mechanic, but you didn't have any more MP. Zaf says we skipped it, and our raid lead was... If you skipped it with mostly no jobstones and minimum item level no echo and a large part of your team not even having accessories, then what does it take to see it? You know what I mean? How weak do you need to be? Have the raid dancing? Yeah, that sounds about right. Your healers have to do no damage. Oh, also that, and also no jobstones, and also no accessories, and also minimum item will no echo. Weapon run only. Right, I'll do the Gazel clip next. So we would need a timestamp here. So, Yasel is looking for some advice for Viper in your whereabouts of field station. And now what I'm curious about is that sometimes Yasel has trouble just because of latency issues. But if that's not a problem, then we have a little bit more to work with. That was Guess one wasn't his JP character. That looks about right because there are people in the chat actually responding in actual Japanese. But you can still see the latency. Check this out. Like, look at that. That's quite a long time for the buttons to change. If your latency is good. So, first thing is you should probably use this. You might not hit much because the mob's on the move, but not using it is worse than, you know, using it and hitting nothing. Because if you don't even use it, then you don't even have the opportunity to hit. Yeah, that was the correct order. I was going to say you should make sure you got the damage buff because you already had the... it's OGCD as well, no? Yeah, it's correct. It's an OGCD, so it was entirely free. Which is why I said you should have used it, even if you didn't hit anything. But that was correct order, because you already had the speed buff, which would also be what I would have recommended. You also did use Serpent's Ire once you entered combat, which would also be what I recommend, so that you have it running. Yeah, it makes sense. I was going to say reawaken immediately, but uncoiled first and then reawaken is also fine. And you could uncoil again But also making sure that your Vice Winders don't cap out is also solid, because the uncoiled can wait. Like, you can hold the coils for later. You can't really, like, if your Vice Winder hits 2 charges, then you're just losing them. So you don't want that. That seems about right. I would probably just have continued the filler combo there, so I could save the Uncoiled Fury for when the mobs are fully stacked up. So I could do 2 of them here. There's also the little detail that you don't have any... There's no raid buffs in your party. So it's not like raid buff alignment is particularly important in a... you know what, just a moment. It's not like raid buff alignment is particularly significant in a dungeon, but, you know, if you're a Viper, you can hold a Reawaken just in case you get a buff. But in this case, there are no buffs, so you actually, unless you're going to use a Tincture, which, gonna be real with you, don't think you are, then, you can basically send your Reawakens anytime you want. Like, you can just hold them to burst something, like I want to burst the ads here a little faster. Or hold them to burst the boss a little faster. Just send it whenever you have one. As long as you don't drop your buffs or anything, you're good. Which of course also leads me to, I hope you're going to open with Vicewinder here. Hey, hands up. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a little bit of a resource blockade there. You have 3 coils, but you also want to send the Serpent's Ire, and you also want to use Vicewinder. You actually, I feel like, yeah, that seems like a good way to resolve it. You have True North. Very good. No notes on that. I might have resolved that all those cooldowns in a different order, but the only thing that happened is that you drifted something, like mainly Vicewinder, but because of the way everything panned out, you had to drift something. And you made sure to True North in time again. Fantastic. Very good. You have a Vicewinder in the chamber? Oh. Personally, I would probably just have used the Vicewinder. I find this particular bit really annoying. Although I could see the argument, if I'm going to if I'm really thinking about it, the argument of, the OGCDs got done in the wrong order, I think. I could see the argument for holding a Vicewinder charge and 3 Uncoiled Furies, so you can deal with this phase without having to worry about distance. I think there was something that went wrong in the Reawaken bit there at the end. But, because I think I saw both. I think I saw 2 buttons light up at once. But maybe I saw it wrong. It's not important. It's not super important for this. It would be like, oh yeah, you know you're supposed to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the thing where you have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, yeah, if like, you know. You don't need me to tell you that. Hey, Eyelid. Hope you're doing well. With the amount of resources you have here, I might have just sent a Vice Pit while the mobs got rounded up. Just because there were 2 charges. But like, that's pretty specific. Yeah, getting both of them used is also pretty solid. Although you might run into some awkwardness here. This kind of depends on the party. Because taking that long to do, like, to get to your reawaken can sometimes be a problem if your team is actually solid. Then the mobs might not actually live the whole reawaken. But I can see the argument for, like, getting both of the Vice Pits out of the way. Just so that they don't sit on 2 charges. That's basically, in a party composition like this, the only thing you can do wrong with Viper in terms of planning, if we assume every button you press, like, you do the reawaken correctly and you do the OGCDs correctly and everything, the only thing that can really go badly in your planning is if you don't use Serpent's Ire on cooldown. And if you use Serpent's Ire on cooldown, you have to make sure that you actually spend every reawaken. I think that was another one where it got a little wacky. Let me actually just rewind that one and see what happened this time. 1, 2, 3. Let me just check again. It's a little hard because it's in Japanese. Okay, here 2 was pressed. I can see that, both because this is 3, and this is the OGCD for 2. I can recognize the icon. 3 was pressed. 2 was pressed again because it's the 2 icon. And 3 is ready again, but it's also telling you to use Ouroboros because it's the last one. You need to use Ouroboros now. I'm mainly pointing this out because I've seen this twice now. So, you know, just a general advice of actually make sure you click the glowy button. Also, I just realized now Gazel's actual hotbars appear to be in the top left. So this is just like the cooldown tracker. Yeah, you can see that up in the corner. There are the keybinds that we're missing. I will say it looks a little bit cursed with this overlap. And yeah, exactly. Gazel usually just has the cooldowns, but then the actual hotbars hidden. But has them shown somewhere, because sometimes it helps me to see. Like you can see up in the top left, there's the blinking of pressing the button. Down here, there's nothing. But yeah, as I was saying, the main things you can do wrong with Viper, assuming you're pressing the buttons correctly, like the planning is mainly in Vicewinder, overcapping, and Serpent's Ire. If you're using Serpent's Ire on cooldown and every Serpent's Ire reawaken is spent and you never overcap coils by using Serpent's Ire, then that's already good. If you make sure Vicewinder, like, once you have entered combat proper for the first time, if Vicewinder never hits 2 charges again for the rest of the duty, then you're pretty good. And if you never hit, like, if you never overcap on resources, like, you never want to sit on 3 coils and then produce one that you can't have. And as long as you don't overcap on your, reawaken gauge. And to your question, basically in the Discord server there is a just gonna comment on that in a moment. There's a room called clip review where you put clips if you want me to like review them here. The review can be you did something you want to show off. It could be you want advice on something. It can also be something funny that happened. There are some guidelines. Make sure that it is Final Fantasy XIV music that is playing, notably. Preferably as little sound from other sources as possible, because I won't be able to know if it is possibly copyrighted or something. And if it is at all up for debate, I might watch your clip with no sound or not watch it at all. So just a really quick tip here. Don't move if you can't see the cursor. Like this. Turn your camera. It's a miracle that you didn't actually just face plant immediately. You should be able to, I know Milo has. Tong says, I cannot stand this mechanic, honestly. Really? I think it's really easy. Also, hey, Emily. Hope you're doing well. Emily says, there's one aspect to planning Viper in dungeons I find mildly awkward, and it's initiating a Vicewinder or going through basic AoE combo right as the mob count drops to where single target overtakes AoE. I would just finish the combo anyway. Because if you don't finish the combo, then you're losing out on gauge. So just finish the combo anyway. I think something that is slightly more awkward than that, Emily, is if you start a Vicewinder combo and then the pack dies while you have done, like, you're on like, you've gotten 5 gauge out of it, and then for some reason it takes so long to get to the next fight that it ticks out. So now you're just at 45 gauge, and it just stares at you stupidly for the rest of the duty. And the only way you can fix it is by either making the same mistake again or deliberately overcapping so you hit 100. Like, you just have the, like, 5 gauge that's just sitting there. Like, I would rather that they made it so that it's the final Vicewinder combo step that gives 10 gauge than it giving you 5 and 5. Just so I don't have to look at that. Yeah, also just generally good move to use your Uncoiled Furies when there's AoE opportunities. Just in general. Although, something that is worth keeping in mind here is that you will probably need a bunch of coils for the final boss, in this case. You might not need to go into the fight with 3. I believe it takes over a minute before the part where you need the coil for it, so you might be able to, like, generate some. You see, this is also an awkward point. You probably don't... Well, maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe you'll make it. Maybe it'll be fine. I was about to say, maybe you don't want to use Serpent's Ire there, because now we have a ticking clock. But you could use Reawaken if it hits 1. And then you have, like... I don't know if you have another 30 seconds or if you only have 15. Let's see what happens. Yep, yeah, that seems about right. The alternative would have been drifting Serpent's Eye significantly longer, just to make sure that you got it. Now you have to Uncoil Fury. Good. Now you can Vice Pit. Nice. And the combo finished in time. Very good. It's because there's sometimes a healer rescues me. with invuln, but most of the time I just sit there waiting for the mechanic to end. The thing is, the reason why I say I don't think it's very hard is because every time I get the duty, it doesn't matter if I'm a tank or a healer or DPS or whether I have a gap close or not, I'll do the mechanic correctly. So I have a huge amount of experience with the mechanic. So it's extremely easy. But if you don't do it, then you'll never build any experience on it. And then every time you get it, it'll be really awkward. And also, as Zav says, if you can't make it, just walk through the goop. Making it to the edge is more important than avoiding the goop. I don't know, Agent Monica. Did your message include a link? Or something that looked like a link? I don't know. Maybe it errored. Others mentioned that YouTube has been eating their messages quite a lot tonight. So maybe it just bugged out, Agent Monica. Tongue says, on the topic of weird mechanics, I did my near raids recently. What on earth is that weird Space Invaders mechanic where you turn into spaceships? That is a 3D rendition of the hacking minigame in the near games. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but basically in the actual near games, I believe it's like a 2D plane, like you just see it from above, but it's basically that. Yeah, I've also never played Nier. It might be fun. It just, from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like it's my cup of tea. Be brave, Gazel. It typically never makes it so that you are forced completely out of melee range here. You just have to be brave. It is funny. People sometimes complain about like what. Genuinely, sometimes people like being like, "What's the point of these collabs? It's not going to get players to play Final Fantasy 14 anyway. Like they wouldn't play for just that." But I'm just saying, out of all my friends that I tried to convince to try Final Fantasy 14, the only one of them that made it through the Realm Reborn story and then burned out. But they also had other things in life. But the only one that actually made it beyond, like, Session 1 was the one going, oh, they have Nier in the game? Oh, I gotta try it then. Like, genuine, uh-oh. What happened to the... Did the paladin just... Whoop! Banana peel! But yeah, like, he didn't make it to the Nier raids, but let's just say that that gave him, like, a, like, revitalized his motivation to try it. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. And fair enough, Articus. I'm not saying that you can't use your invuln. I'm just saying that I usually don't. Yeah, overall, Gazla, I know you said you left, but just for the review, when you check in like in future, I think this was pretty good. I think the main things is that here and there you straight up just press the wrong glowy button. Now that I think about it... Good luck, Tom. Now that I think about it, I don't think I used Slither very much. Not that there were a lot of opportunities to, but I don't think I saw you use it. Like maybe once. And then there were a few points where maybe you should have been a little bit more on Vicewinder to make sure you don't hit 2 stacks or 2 charges of Vicewinder. But that's like minor stuff. I think this was actually really solid. I would say if I landed in a duty with you playing like this, I wouldn't have anything to say. Like, I wouldn't notice a thing. So yeah, well done. And then... Is Raging Bull still here, or has Raging Bull already gone for other stuff? Kansas, of course you're not using Invuln Kai. Black Mage doesn't have one. Sometimes I'm playing a different job, but you make a good point. But the funny thing is, even as Black Mage, I'll run out there myself. While other people are like, why, you're a Black Mage, why don't you just use Ethereal Manipulation? Because if I used Ethereal Manipulation, I would have to wait for someone else slower than me to solve the mechanic. When I could just solve it myself. Alright, Zaf. We'll be looking at M7S. Zaf, among others, wants to be blind to that. And Erdal says, I play with Erdal and they're slow at it. Not necessarily. I'm not kidding, Erdal. Most of the time, it doesn't matter whether we're doing dailies and it's my friends that I'm doing it with, or if I get you a Water Field Station and Mentor Roulette. Most of the time, I'm first to the edge. Just by pressing W. Like, just by using the cursor smartly.
Fun. Without damage downs, that would have been...
Good check.
Yeah,
I mean, also if I Elbin and Elbin too.
Alright, should we count the plugs? We have a radar. We have exact distance there. This is a timer that shouldn't be in the game. That job icon looks weird. What's with those colors? I'm just messing with you, Raging Bull.
Earlier, we were had LB free.
Look, a lot of these get disabled in combat. Really? Oh, fair enough. Oh, exact HP percentage there on the enmity list.
I don't think that would help, but it would have it.
It was 2.2%.
Excuse me, is it saying that you've been listening to Not Afraid for 3,000 hours?
I forgive you.
Oh yeah, exactly. Also exact HP number?
I'm not forgiving you, Mama. No. In.
Me too, Cole. It is weird that it isn't in the game. Like, I'm pretty sure they added
I'll take it up.
the decimal number to HP percentages in Endwalker. I think this is the strategy everyone is saying we should be using. I think.
thing.
Exact numbers on Riot Blade? What do you mean?
I'm starting to remember why Force Capitals is kind of annoying to have to deal with.
Restores MP. Does anything
In.
aside from... Does anything that restores a percentage, or does not restore specific percentage of HP, but rather a specific number of MP, sorry, aside from Lucid Dreaming, actually listed? I'm pretty sure that the Riot Blade, Prominence, Carbon Spit, Abyssal Drain, Siphon Strike, Blood Weapon, Delirium, and their attacks, none of them say how much they restore. They just say that they restore MP. For some reason. Meanwhile, Lucid Dreaming says that it restores MP with a potency of 55. Which obviously means 550. Everyone knows that. Right?
No, it's time to cast the wipe.
Hey.
Oh, also exact number on the cast bar. On the enemy cast bar. It's kind of funny that Sage has that, considering it came out after they equalized MP to 10k. Yeah, it is a little weird that the Adder Skull actions say that they restore 7% of your MP when it could just... I mean, does it restore more if you have more MP? Because it is possible to have more MP in, like, Boja, I think? I guess it matters that it says 7% then. But otherwise, it could just say restore 700 MP. As I understood from Raging Bull's notes, I think there was something about the Astrologian being a little less experienced with this fight or something as Astrologian, which is why Raging Bull then got to really bring it.
On the wrong wall. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know really of time to play.
Yeah, the North Donut is evil.
Oh. You press,
Go, but right,
you press gap closer as the boss is transitioning, and so you don't move.
You move like 2 centimeters.
I literally
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
you
this,
barely-
and something else goes and cool down. I'm like, you dude.
Look at
Yeah,
Paul.
give gonna swap around Kara here just because I need it up for later.
Big Seeds makes phase 2 very chill. I could imagine.
Isolate.
The problem is just that we kind of decided on locked seats
no,
because our impression was that the positioning was a little nicer there, like a little less strict.
Out and spreads. Come down.
Well, at least for that specific mechanic, you have Naomi's position.
This is normal stamina in. Tank.
Unconventional for a shield healer, is it? I mean, I'm not particularly caught up in that. My team's M1 is a red mage, so...
Free deathmatch, bosses north, align yourselves, ranged ants.
And last year we had a Sage on H1, yeah.
Plus 5.
And that's one tile in.
Boss is casting.
Oh,
We're okay, we're okay. Set up. Set up now.
I would need to join with healing.
Ah, I just noticed another detail. Apparently you have a setting somewhere where it puts a cooldown, like in your
Free
things,
in the middle.
in your that makes it so that it looks like doses has a cooldown that is equal to your dot.
Weird. Weird. I'm actually calling too much.
Yeah, it was a misplaced thingy.
Oh,
It might have been me. I might have accidentally been ahead on the wall.
You could probably have done one more doses before the
Oh, that's
the
fine.
dot reapplication.
don't ring it to you. Don't ring it to you. Call a pair.
We're at good percentage right now. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Hey, Mary, hope you're doing well. I mean,
In.
welcome back to the game then. If you don't like what they seem to have been doing with the jobs you liked before, you could try a new job.
Next seeds.
My best suggestion.
Out.
Well, same 5.
Living birds. Use potions.
Plus 9.
I don't have that.
There's also a special hot element to keep track of that. Yeah, that's true. You know, that speaks a lot to how difficult it is for a lot of players to keep track of their dot.
In.
Yeah.
In with tank in.
I will LB as soon as all the buffs are gone. And I put down my mitigation.
Wouldn't it be funny to fail now?
Dragon Song Dive! Go!
Can we work with them?
No.
See, it sounds a lot funnier and sometimes cooler, but mostly funnier, if there's a voice to go with it.
Say goodbye to your passes, idiots.
I always said goodbye to my parts with
Wait, why did they die?
Dragon Song Dive! Go!
Can we work with them?
No.
Can we
Oh my
jump?
God.
I'm jumping now. Oh, guys.
Wally, Wally.
Oh. They just gap closed into the wall. Sure, why not?
I always said goodbye to my parts without damage down.
My guy Farah. Dedication, that's it.
Good read.
Yeah, that is
quiz
interesting.
today, people.
Listen.
But this is also, to some degree, like I haven't said exactly that, but this is to some degree what I mean whenever like we have like sort of like the sidebar in our Savage procs where I'm like, you can use more healing spells if you want. Like that's kind of what I mean. Is like we had like technically we haven't on M7S reached Hardened Rage with no deaths and otherwise like nothing that technically could have been prevented by more healing. So I don't know if it would actually be a problem if we had a little bit more healing, which is why I'm like, we can do more healing if you want, because I don't know if it's a problem. And it seems like it helps make some of these things a lot more lenient if you just have a barrier healer just send a barrier every time AoE is coming. I'm not sure if Sip is doing that. It wouldn't be surprising to me if he did, but it also wouldn't surprise me if he didn't. And this isn't meant to be like, oh, that's very good, Raging Bull, backhanded compliment to my healers. It was just, that is kind of what I was thinking when I'm like, you could do some more healing, is as long as we haven't ran into the problem that we genuinely can't squeeze more damage out elsewhere, then it shouldn't come down to the healers needing to actually make it harder for themselves by spamming attacks when it would help with just a single healing or two. Jose Luna and Orion, hope you're doing well. And hey, that's good, Mary. Then you have some options. And yes, Sib is on Scholar. And sometimes his position doesn't really allow him very much freedom to just shield up everyone. But it's also just like generally, like both healers have the option to like heal a bit more if they want. Tay says, I wouldn't mind not using mods for dots if the enemy debuff bar wasn't the worst piece of default HUD. You know, Tay, there are options to separate debuffs from the enemy hotbar. Or the enemy debuff, like the enemy hotbar, first of all. Or enemy unit frame, I guess you could say. And I'm pretty sure there are ways to like separate debuffs and such so that you can get yours specifically a little more easily and things like that. I just haven't bothered. I want to see other people's reprisals and stuff. Yeah, I don't quite know how much you can customize it so that you can like separate your things. As I said, I haven't really bothered. Back in Endwalker, the one point, like the jobs that made me go like, oh, I really, really would want to like customize my buffs and debuffs a bit more, was specifically Monk and Bard. But Bard, I didn't play that frequently, and it was not too big of a deal, which is why I still haven't done anything about it. And Monk, well, separate what buffs? What dot? Right? The game solved the problem for me. Well, to be fair, Naomi, if you used aspect, well, I guess it's Helios conjunction, where the hot isn't active and it would help, that might free up some OGCDs to use elsewhere. Like that kind of deal. I don't know if it actually would help, but you know. Raging Bolt is that clear. I ended up doing more raw healing than my co-healer as well. Oh boy. Oh boy. It was a bit weird that Monk had a dot. Was it really? I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, thematically, I guess the logic is that you do like this demolish where you're like doing a lot of like punches from all over the place, punches and kicks that then leads to some sort of internal bleeding or something that then hurts the enemy over time. Like, Monk used to have 2 dots, Rythian. And the other dot they had was Touch of Death. Just one little boink, and then like it does like basically no damage, and then like there's a big dot. But that one was just like off the combo chain. Like a Realm Reborn monk was pretty weird if you like look back on it. Like first of all, I believe the Greased Lightning was 10 seconds instead of the 15 it ended on, and then eventually became passive, which meant because their GCDs like peaked at 2.12 seconds or so, you basically had like, and you gained 1 stack every 3 GCDs, remember? And if you missed the window of 10 seconds, you went down to 0 stacks, you're back to a 2.5 second GCD. So basically, every loop, once you had it going, you had about 1 GCD to spare. So like 1 loop, Touch of Death, 1 loop, I don't know, if you dodged something, you could use Haymaker. And then 1 loop, like a lot of weird things. But then again, most jobs, actually I think all jobs in a Realm Reborn had a dot. Even Warrior. And if the job itself didn't have a dot, then they could get a dot from a job that had one. Like I believe Paladin didn't have a dot of its own, but they could grab Fracture from Warrior. Hey Freezy, hope you're doing well. See, the thing is, Luna, I'm not saying that that's the problem we're running into. It's not the only thing. It's just, as you may have seen on our streams, that if we have a wipe or something going wrong where maybe it could be solved with healing, I usually bring it up. But yeah, if you are having trouble with healing, then mid planning is good. That is also something I think we had talked about off stream. But yeah, for me personally, as a black mage, the way I feel about Thunder is that on a single target, overall, I would get the same value out of Thunder if it was straight up just a 30-second cooldown. Luna, just a quick question. Are you in a static? I can't recall. Are you in a static? Right. If you just like copy paste a mid plan from somewhere else, then it's of course just do that. But if you're designing one, it can actually take a while sometimes. I think you mean Thundercloud, Rythian. Yeah, that is true. You could just copy one. But yeah, I'm just saying, I think it's... I'm just saying... I think it is funny to see Luna saying if you're in a static, you should really use a mid plan constantly and consistently. Contrasted with the kind of comments that I tend to see from Cole, who's like tank main, Partyfinder only. That basically boils down to just click the buttons, Lamau. Like, just click the things, it'll work out. Which is not exactly what it comes down to, but genuinely it's like, if you're good enough, you'll figure out what the answer is. I'm not saying that either answer is wrong, I just think it's a really funny contrast, because one is basically saying, in Partyfinder we just click buttons and it works. And then one Partyfinder gamer says, but if you're in a static, you should be planning it. Wouldn't it actually be even easier to just wing it if you know who you're winging it with? You'll know how they wing it. Like, I'm pretty sure most of the addle planning on M7S between me and Kat has boiled down to us figuring out right at the start it's easier for me to addle than Kat, and then it sort of just solves itself after that. Jose Darkrin, hope you're doing well. Also same to you, Stupid Genius and Jorg. My mid plan is Prey. That sounds about right. I think the main points where we've used a mid plan is exactly when we ran into problems over it. And then that's usually where it comes up. And exactly, Kraken mode. Like basically, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is that Luna? While yes, like optimal is that you just like preemptively go, this is the plan. We'll use these cooldowns. But if you play with the same co-healer every single time, then without a plan, you'll eventually figure out like what they do to some degree. Like, I'm a black mage, but I'm figuring out like how Naomi plays to some degree, because I'm pairing with Naomi a lot of the time. Luna, I feel like you're hearing half of what I'm saying. Because I said we are looking into mid-plan a little bit off-stream. But only sometimes we're actually having trouble that seems to circle back to maybe we're not mitting smartly. For the most part, it's a mechanical issue still. And there's also the part that the two healers have different amounts of experience. Exactly, Luna. Exactly. But yeah, genuinely, the thing I'm kind of circling back to on this, Luna, is that it's kind of fun. It's a little funny to have someone that is like, I raid through Partyfinder, just only Partyfinder, but I have a strong opinion on how people should do things in a static. Like, I'm not saying that that's exactly what you said, but it kind of came off like that, because I had a feeling you're mainly in Partyfinder. Like, you know what I mean? The advice is good, because technically it is sound. If you're always playing with the same healer, you just need to make one mitigation plan once, and that's that, because it's the same co-healer every time, right? Every Partyfinder uses well-known mid-plans for ultimates. I mean, Luna... Every Partyfinder uses melons for a certain ultimate. Like, a large part of Partyfinder optimization actually circles back down to the simple concept of assume all these 7 other players you're in party with are idiots. How can you reduce the severity of them being idiots? By telling them exactly what to do. That's also why the prevailing optimal strategies in Partyfinder tends to be the ones that require the least amount of brain power. Basically, when jails are happening in Ubu, someone prays to the gods, and then somehow the game tells them what to do. Just magically. Wink. But yeah, genuinely, Partyfinder, it makes perfect sense that, like, it would actually surprise me more if there wasn't any mid plans for Partyfinder. Like, just general ones where it's like, if you have this and this healer, then you do this. If you have this and this healer, you do this. Because giving them that means that your healers can just do that. Like, it's this, like, it circles back to the alarm pheromones 1 thing. Where people did the Mario Kart. Mario says, lazy in a PvE game baffles me. See, the thing is, it's not about that. That's the funny thing, it's not about that. It's about difference in skill level and difference in patience levels. If you are, like, you're basically getting the mechanics on the spot. Some people are that good that, like, they see the mechanic once and they're like, oh, nailed it. Like, they probably have watched a guide, but on the second go, they nailed it. But other players, they need 5 or 10 goes before they got it right. And sometimes, it's sort of can be like some sort of like, it'll be an impenetrable wall, because it's like, let me put it like this. If on every pull, every player had a 1 in 8 chance of wiping the group. At any point, like at some point, you just roll the die, and there's a 1 in 8 chance for each player that they will wipe the group. Sometimes you'll roll that 3 players will wipe the group, but one of them will wipe it 1 minute in, another one would wipe it 2 minutes in, and another one would wipe it 3 minutes in. So you only see the 1 minute in player wiping the group. But if you had those odds, that every player had a 1 in 8 chance of wiping the group. That doesn't mean there's a 100% chance of everyone wiping the group, because eventually you'll all roll no, right? And then you'll beat it. But if you could reduce that 1 in 8 just to a 1 in 10, then your average result would be that there was like a 20% chance you'd succeed. Just straight. Rather than a 0% chance on average. If you could reduce it to 5%, like a 1 in 20, or a 1 in 40, a 1 in 80, a 1 in 100, then that would massively increase your odds of winning. But sometimes, like usually it's not that clear cut, the math is not that simple. Sometimes it's one guy who has a 1 in 4 chance of breaking down 3 minutes into the fight, and another guy that has a 50% chance of failing 7 minutes into the fight, and another one that has basically there's a chance they'll do the last mechanic correctly. So if you see that mechanic, good luck. And the way you can reduce this is by making the approach to dealing with a mechanic really, really, really simple. The less they have to think about it, the less likely they'll goof it up, because there's less they need to do. Like, the most extreme examples of M2S Mario Kart boiled, and every time I've brought it up, people are like, well, that's not how it actually was done, but sometimes that could actually have been how it was done. The most extreme one is everyone runs up to the northern edge together, and then everyone just follows the tank. Just follow the main tank. Just stand on top of the main tank. If the main tank knows where to stand, then 7 players now only need to use enough brain power to stand where the main tank is. Now, the main tank might have a 1 in 8 chance of failing this mechanic, but you've reduced this from 8 separate 1 in 8 chance rolls or something else to 1 in 8 chance. And when you win that roll, which you do 7 out of 8 times, you succeeded the mechanic. Whereas letting everyone figure out the mechanic for themselves means that everyone has to succeed that roll. So it really makes very good sense that many strategies, especially the ones that prevail in Partyfinder, basically boil down to how do we idiot-proof this whole fight? How do we make it so that you don't have to think? How can we make it so they don't have to think? And you might be saying, but isn't the whole point like overcoming the challenge? Yes, but another extreme. A little bit of another extreme. In a static, you might not actually mind that Jake over there needs 15 goes on a particular mechanic before they get it. And even when they get it, you are still okay. You still accept that even while he's got it, he will still fail 1/10 of the time. You'll deal with it because you like Jake. And you're playing with Jake every week. You'll get better. It'll get more consistent. It's fine. But Peter Partyfinder is just going to waste 15 pulls of your time figuring out that strategy and then never play with you again. Because you're just not going to go and land in a Partyfinder with him again. And if you do, then actually you might prefer having someone else. Because, like, you could have someone better. Basically, in a static, the gameplay, like the rules, the social rules are different because it's actually game theory. This, what's it called? The prisoner's dilemma. And the funny thing with the prisoner's dilemma is that If you're playing multiple games with the same individual, then typically, if the weights are distributed correctly, the winning move is to cooperate every time. But if you're only playing one game, Partyfinder, then the winning move is to be selfish, which can be interpreted in many ways. The simplest way is, this group isn't progressing as fast as me, so I'll just leave and join a group that is. Or, that person isn't progressing at the same pace as me or the rest of the team, so I'm just gonna kick them. Interesting, right? I'll say Shadow Flan Mandalore. Hope you're doing well. But that's basically what it boils down to. That is basically why, from a logical standpoint, Partyfinder becomes a lot more selfish. Brontom says this is actually a well-known and well-researched phenomenon with League of Legends. I mean, Brontom, the Prisoner's Dilemma is a well-researched and well-known phenomenon too. So like, it makes perfect sense that League of Legends would have it too. It's the Veteran's Dilemma, and how much patience can you have? But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that leads to this situation. That if you assume that everyone else in the Partyfinder are idiots until proven otherwise, which you might have to, then the easiest way to reduce the fallout of that just straight up being the case is by running a strategy that doesn't rely on everyone being smart. And in a way, these kinds of problems aren't just in Partyfinder. Imagine if dungeons were, like just random dungeons you queue into, were hard enough that you actually needed to follow a strategy. Like that. Imagine how many randos you run into that straight up just couldn't do it. And sure, yes, eventually you'd weed out the players that can't do it because, you know, they'd have trouble progressing in the game. But the more an equally likely scenario is that they'd eventually get there. So it's just safer, just don't queue into stuff. And we basically already see that some places, right? The only reason why people make a big deal out of the whole "don't queue for old extremes" is because the old extremes are in mentor roulette. And some of the mentors queuing for mentor roulette don't want to do them. But the real main reason why people say don't queue for it is because the fights are hard enough that it is a lot more smarter to do them with a pre-made, where, you know, everyone has done their homework. Oh, that too, Bronto. That also typically happens. It's pretty interesting to see some of the conversations from people that beat, like, for instance, Chaotic. The Cloud of Darkness Chaotic in week 1 or 2 compared to the ones that got to it like week 3. Or people talking about Savage raiding the new raid tier on week 1 or 2 relative to week 3 plus. Emily says, there was a post on Reddit where someone talked about using Partyfinder to try and fill old extremes, but after a set time with 4 to 7 people, they'd queue in Duty Finder to get mentors. They apparently got a lot of angry messages, and the replies were not kind, but honestly, that seemed like a reasonable application of what I feel like the idea of mentor roulette. I agree. I will say, if you make, let me put it like this: if you make a pre-made and you queue in as 4 to 7 players, and I land in your group, well, first of all, if you're trying your best, then I don't have any complaints. But I would sort of assume that you've probably done a little bit of homework. So not only will you be trying your best, but you'll probably be, like, above average of the players I'd normally land in an extreme with. Like, I'm just saying, the probability of a cure bot, as it were, increases in a Realm Reborn extremes relative to all other content in the game. Because a player that doesn't know that healers should also try to attack a bit would be the kind of player that would be more likely to not even know that there is this, like, social decision that you don't just queue for an extreme. I'm not saying you can't. As I said, I would be actually fine with landing in, like, a 4-man pre-made that did their homework. Like, if I have a 4-man pre-made that did their homework and know what they're doing, then we're beating it. All the Realm Reborn extremes can be beaten with 5 players or less. So Shadowflare says you're forgetting typical awful boosted players. No, I'm not actually, Shadowflare. I'm not joking. The reason I'm saying the probability of a cure bot in an old extreme is higher is because in a level 90 dungeon, you will have a mix of regular players, really good players, and the cure bots. In the old extremes, there's actually an extremely low probability that you will have the really good players queuing into it. You might have some mentors landing there, and the players that are, like, above average are more likely to just go, I'm just not going to queue for it. I'll come back to this later. But the players that have done 0 research are extremely likely to queue for it. So basically what I'm saying is that the cure bot percentage is the same, but the other packages, like the other kinds of players, are lessened, which by extension makes the percentage chance of getting a cure bot, for instance, higher. The probability of getting an Ice Mage, Black Mage, is higher. The probability of getting, I don't know, a Dragoon that never uses their cooldowns at all is higher. Because if they had done enough research to know not to do that, the chance that they would have queued for an extreme in the first place would be lower. I'm not saying they can't, but I'm saying that the probability that they would be reduced. A summoner without summon? Yeah, things like that. Things like that. I'll say, Perrin, hope you're doing well. Says, random question. After Perfect Balance is used, how long is Masterful Blitz active for? Is it just something that exists until used, or is it timed? Once you have finished Perfect Balance, you have 20 seconds to use the Masterful Blitz. I believe Perfect Balance itself also lasts 20 seconds. now that I've said that, let me check so that I can give you the best answer that I can. Perfect balance lasts 20 seconds. And there's no explanation of how the duration of Masterful Blitz. But it is 20 seconds. I know that from the top of my head. And yeah, that's actually approximately what I think too, Ceres. If we didn't have this, not on Masterful Blitz itself, I don't think so. Nope. If we didn't have this general understanding that thou shalt not queue for extremes, then it would probably be a little easier to do. But then at the same time, I feel like part of the reason why the people that don't queue for extremes don't queue for extremes is like accompanied by the understanding that it is harder. So if that understanding wasn't there, then they wouldn't do as much homework. So complicated, right? But genuinely, from my perspective, and I've said this in the Mentor Roulette videos as well, from my perspective, if you queue for an extreme, I will still say that on the one hand, everyone has their first. And how do you learn that the extremes actually might require some homework? By going in and getting smacked. But if you go in, get smacked, and then beat it, and then just go, I'll just queue blind for the next one anyway. Like, again, you might go, oh, maybe I'm the idiot. And then just try and do it better next time. But overall, I feel like eventually there is a breakpoint where it should be reasonable that we can expect the players that are queuing for the extremes to have done their homework. A key thing that people often like holding on to, like I don't know, like a cape. I don't know. Holding on to like a towel. They hold on to it like a towel, question mark. But in JP, they queue for extremes? Yeah, for reclears. For reclears, they do. But I would hope, I would appreciate if people like, if they're gonna do their extremes, the first one or two of them, they would probably learn that the fights are not meant to just be done like that. And once they recognize that, I would hope that they first of all do their homework on their job. Like, sure, look really deep into your tooltips and see if you can figure it out yourself, but before you queue again, look up a guide. It doesn't have to be mine. But like, just cross-reference with someone who knows and see if you got it right before you do the hard content. And yes, I do that too. I do that. When I make my guides, I cross-reference with things like the balance to make sure that I'm not just saying some nonsense out of my head. I might not agree with what they say, but if they have an alternative to mine, I'll have to figure out which one is actually better. And then I'll present that. Often there's a good explanation if I don't have the same as them. But yeah, I'm saying you should be doing, like, you can blind practice your rotation all you want, but before you jump in, double check whether you got it right. That's my opinion on that. Once you know that it is hard content. You could also just, test what you're doing. here and there and see if it's doing really well, if you feel like you see it's doing really well, but there's nothing that will replace actually cross-referencing, because you might be overlooking something. You might be overlooking something. You might not have understood something correctly, and the only way for you to know whether you did or not is by getting someone else's perspective. The only way. You will not, by just looking at it long enough, suddenly go, ding, now I know. You will not. And the same kind of applies to the extreme strategies. If you want to do it blind, make a Partyfinder group to do it blind. Once you understand that it's actually somewhat hard content, do your homework. Even if you're like, well, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out in one pull. What if you can't? What if you can't? Then you're the jerk. So that's basically what it comes down to for me. I've also said in, I think it was the one where I got pulled into Nidhogg Extreme twice by a pre-made that clearly hadn't done their homework enough, is just in general. Again, if you are going to queue into extremes, again, not saying you can't, as I said, make sure you understand your job. Make sure you have a relative idea of how the fight works. Again, not saying that you have to know it from front to back. There's nothing that will ever replace actual boss practice, but getting a general overview of the fight is pretty solid. If you have a 4-man pre-made, just 4, I highly advise that only one of them is a tank, and only one of them is a healer. And, just in case, also that not all 4 are DPS. If you have 5 players, I would recommend tank, healer, 3 DPS. If you have 6 players, there's not much you can do. You will fill out one of the roles. But try to leave spaces open for the other roles, or for each role, so that some new blood can come in that you don't know, that might not be making the same mistakes as you. If you are doing all of the extremes with a friend, you started the game together, and you're duo healing all the content together because it's really awesome, I understand that. But if you never learned that you can't just spam cure, then your co-healer will not teach you that either, because they're also spamming cure 1. Rumble says, do you think the game does a disservice to new players? They get moved into the AI extremes without warning about it being much more complex content. I would say that they could definitely do a better job of explaining it. Which is also, I'm just saying, Rumble, this disservice, as you said, is the reason why I'm saying that at some point, surely, you would expect you would expect someone to recognize that, oh, this content is actually hard. Like, this is actually really hard. I should be doing my homework. Which is why I'm saying I'm not expecting a first-timer, like an actual first-timer to extremes, to realize what they're signing up for. And a second-timer might not either. But at some point, they'll get it. Like I'm saying, my first run-in with extreme content was me queuing into Ultimate Weapon Extreme because I had a quest that's set to do it. And how hard can it be? We did not clear. And that was also the day that I learned that some things hit through invuln. So, Luna says, my first run-in was my veteran friend one-shotting Garuda Extreme. See, that's the thing. I joined a free company relatively early, but I didn't ask very many questions in there. I just figured everything out on my own, for the most part. Which led to me making a lot of mistakes. Like, I reached like level 30 plus before I realized that I actually had to focus the MSQ because I couldn't become a summoner. Because it was an Arcanist. But yeah, my suggestion, in extension a little bit of what Sally is saying, is first of all, straight up remove the quests where they're like, complete this extreme. Like, just get rid of that. Just rework it to just be like how it is in current content, where it's just you unlock it and boom, jams. Because a lot of the time, the reason why people do them is because they have a quest saying they should. That's the reason. Already that would remove a lot of the problems. The second thing I would suggest is when you pick up the first extreme that you pick up, it should just like, did you know when you unlock your first dungeon, there is a whole menu that pops up that you have to click through, almost like a terms of service. And on the last tab of that like text explanation, there is a I understand what I must do kind of check mark you have to click before you can click OK. That should pop up for extremes as well. You might say, how will that work? People just mash through it and click OK. Yes, but some will read it. So this will also catch some players. Then I would also suggest that when you attempt to queue for your first extreme, it'll pop up another menu where it is asking like, are you absolutely sure that you're ready for this? If we went even further than that, like just beyond just some menuing, I would say that they should add a new step to the Halls of the Novice. Like they've already upgraded the Hall of the Novice to have like level 50 version. First of all, I would make it a requirement that you complete that, even though it doesn't count for much. But already that from hard, like on hard, they don't ask anything of you. Just go ahead. It's part of the MSQ anyway. Go on. And then the extreme one is like, oh, this is really hard, you know. And then when you try, like when you open and try to queue, it like goes, no, you have to do this Hall of the Novice stuff first, introducing some basic mechanics. And then when you try to queue, it pops up again going, are you sure it's actually pretty hard stuff, you know? Like all of those warning signs should weed out a significant amount of the players that queue in completely dumbfounded by how difficult it is. Like, it would help. I would also say that it would be even better if they had like an additional addition to the Hall of the Novice that actually tests you on some mechanics, like just some example mechanics from like some extremes. Like, just like some random mechanics that they test you on. And like they are extreme level difficulty, but they're simplified enough that like, you know, duty support NPCs can do them. So you have a party filled out and they just auto-complete their part, but you have to do yours, of course. Like, the NPCs will do their part, but you have to do yours. And there's, like, mechanics you need to worry about. And, like, that way you'll learn this is the kind of complexity to expect. It might be, like, Heaven's Ward or a Realm Reborn style extreme mechanics. But that would still work a lot, because it would still help the player get an idea of what they're signing up for before they queue. Articus says, make it so you need to complete the Stone Sky Sea of that content. See, the idea there is good, but there's a few problems with that. The first one is that Stone Sky Sea doesn't exist for level 50. Like, just first off. That's the reason why most of my job guides demonstrate at level 60. And either I went out of my way to find a fate that sinks me to level 50. Instead of just showing the 60 version. Or I'll just show the 60 version and just have like a note saying, this action turns into that action, don't worry about it. And then just move on. Because Stone Sky Sea doesn't exist at level 50. The second problem is that Stone Sky Sea doesn't sink you down. except for the singular stones guys here at each level increment that sinks you down. All of these problems could, of course, be solved by them just, you know, sinking you down, but let's just say that some jobs are insanely, like, it's really difficult to for them to, like, make that make sense. Some jobs are just incredibly unbalanced at specific level ranges. And also, as Perrin says, the problem on all these extremes are not DPS checks. Like, I have this series on the channel of streams where we did all of the Realm Reborn extremes, and technically all of the Heavensward extremes, where we would remove a player each time we succeeded. And all of the Realm Reborn extremes are beatable with a light party synced. As in, half the raid isn't needed to beat it. Which, of course, and some of them can be beaten with 3 players. One of them can be beaten with 2. Synced. You may need Echo, but the point is that these fights are so lenient on the DPS check that the only thing that I would need is that players recognize to do the mechanics right. And I would also say that technically, if you had actually paid attention, you would know, as a healer, to attack. Thank you, Aridil. Because in the Conjurer class quest line, I believe there's a whole focus on a girl or something that doesn't want to attack. Like, that's like... Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, is like the whole moral of that story. And if you do the Hall of the Novice, like, starting section, like the level 15 version, as a healer, one of the tests features a tank and an enemy tank. And you. That's it. Your tank will, of course, attack the enemy tank, and the enemy tank will attack your tank. But every time the enemy tank drops below a certain threshold, they will use a potion. The thing is, the cooldown on that potion is just so that your tank will gradually shave down this enemy tank over minutes, several minutes. They will eventually win without you attacking. But it takes a long time. It is very obvious that something is wrong if you only heal. And that's basically while ignoring all text on screen. Because if your tank drops significantly low in HP, the NPC in text will tell you to heal your tank. But if your tank is at full HP or high HP, the text will suggest that maybe you cast stone. They're not even saying arrow, they're just saying use stone. They're basically saying, it's safe now, attack. But it's in text. And yeah, that's exactly it, Perrin. The thing is, what people often overlook is often when the whole, like, extremes in Duty Finder and that, is that often, like, one of the best arguments is, but JP queues for them. But when it really comes to it, any JP players I know, or players that play on JP, basically say, yeah, they queue for them for farm. Like reclears. So it, like, kind of falls apart. Like, that argument kind of falls apart, right? Colt is begging level 15 to attack and 100 to heal. Let me just say, Cole, that I have had the very sad experience of doing a max level dungeon with a healer that refused to attack. Dungeon. Equally, I've done dungeons with tanks that didn't use any defensive cooldowns at max level. I'll say, for casual content, I'll take the no attack healer over the no heal healer. But if you're queuing for an extreme, then neither is acceptable. Like, just straight up, neither is good enough in my book. Hey, Go! Thank you for celebrating 28 months as part of the Cult of the Pink. Wow. The XP is a new experimental feature YouTube has enabled, basically for participating in the chat and using super chats. You get XP for this one stream. Like, just this specific stream. The next stream, it's reset. And the ones that say the most, or alternatively, super chat at the hardest, usually it's super chat at the hardest, will have the 1 crown. But yeah, genuinely, for casual content, I'll accept the tank that like, if they can hold aggro, and they use defensive cooldowns, then I'm actually pretty fine in a casual duty. It's a little annoying, but if they're keeping aggro, fine. I'll even accept that they only single pull. It's casual content, whatever, I don't care. It's mildly annoying. I'll complain to my privately. And the same with a healer. Like, if they're not attacking, I'll complain about that privately. If they seem cool, like they talk and are awesome, I will tell them that on this particular aspect, you're not that awesome. Try attacking. But I'll take it. But if you're doing quote-unquote hard content, then that's a bigger problem. Like, for Realm Reborn extremes, I'm good enough at them that I will ignore a healer just spamming cure. If we win, fantastic. There's basically no DPS check, so I don't really mind. But I will probably bring it up if I recorded it. I'll probably mention it. Luna says, asking someone publicly to do anything is scary. You can get banned for asking someone what role they cleared an ultimate on if they're throwing it on a different role. How is that possible? I'm pretty sure that, specifically what you just described, Luna, is actually not possible on its own. You get warned for harassment. Luna, I reiterate that you would need more than to simply say, what role did you clear this ultimate on? Like, I have a really strong feeling that that question is unlikely to be presented in the most polite way, if you really think about it. Because I'm just saying, Luna, just real quickly here, that the amount of things I've been told you can get banned for that I have done suggests that I should have been suspended at some point. Luna says, I think I quote asked, did you clear on melee? Do you know what you're doing? Did you get a warning for that? I can both see why you did and also why it's surprising that you did. Tone of voice doesn't translate very well over text. And passive aggressiveness is the way a lot of people think they can sneak around this. Did you clear on melee? Do you know what you're doing? Reportable. Technically. You kinda said in a roundabout way, do you have feet for hands? Surprising that that's punishing, like that's punishable. And also shocking that the person was actually spiteful enough to bother. But I can see how that specific wording could cause problems. Parents says leave after 3 pulls, say GG, melee doesn't know what they're doing. I wouldn't, like, if we're going to go for the safe route, I would probably not even say that. I don't know, I think I would just say GG and leave. If you know, you know. And yes, Rumble said that do you know what you're doing part is also what kind of makes it more offensive. One sec, don't leave, and then kick the player. Wow. Well, see, that's the thing. That is also part of the reason why I'm like, if it was causing problems, I would just leave. It's because, as other people have sort of analyzed, depending on how you read what Luna said they said, that can be interpreted as offensive. Even if most of us look at it and go, well, I mean, they were playing like they had feet for hands, if you really think about it. Like, right? Shadowflare, there's a very simple reason why what Cole did is not reportable. The game policies are basically saying don't be a jerk to each other, don't call people something mean, right? Like, basically that's what it boils down to. What Luna did might be interpretable as being mean, but Cole deciding that they don't like Peter Partyfinder in his party that he made is his choice. That's his choice. And it's his party. So he is actually allowed to kick them. I don't know, Shadowflare. He's saying don't leave to everyone else. But I get how you mean that might be interpreted as negative as well. But that's also the same argument as like you could just leave. Like, if it's not your group, you can just leave. Depends as what role are you most comfortable on is one way to do it. Another one is sorry melee Phil just showed up. I mean, that's a good idea if you have one standing ready, but if you have to post up in Partyfinder again, that's going to be a really awkward conversation. Thank you so much for the orange super chat, Coco. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. You want to be on top of Aradil? Not like that. But yeah, my advice there, Luna, is as others have suggested, which I know is ridiculous, but you have to choose less confrontational words. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm just saying, when you wrote exactly what it was that you said, it took me like 5 seconds to go, oh yeah, I could interpret how that could be offensive. But I will also say that it seems like the person you had to deal with was a piece of work. Really random question, by the way, Luna. What data center do you play on? If you don't mind me asking. Light. Oh, that is interesting to me, mainly because most of these kinds of stories, whenever I ask, it's an NA data center. Most of the time. Like, you usually get less people that throw. I mean... let's be real here. If you post it up on Chaos, then it probably wouldn't fill. Just being real here. I've come to kill Chaos. Yeah, that's the thing, Bronton, because that's also what I mean, is that most of the horror stories I hear, if I get a hold of what data center they're from, it's almost always NA somewhere. Sometimes it'll be EU, but it's pretty much never. But even so, I haven't ran into any person that is that much of a lunatic. Thor says, I think you mentioned it at some point, but I forgot. When is damage reduction applied in time? Does giving the tank damage reduction while the tank buster is already casting, or does it have to be before the cast? Every attack has a snapshot. Usually, that snapshot is right when the cast finishes. Sometimes it's a little bit before that. Sometimes, like if it's a multi-hit, it's after that at some point. But you need the defensive cooldown, the damage reduction, to be in effect before the snapshot, which most of the time means before the cast finishes, but during the cast is fine. I've been told that if the damage reduction you're using is a debuff on the target, so like reprisal for instance, then it has to be before the cast finishes. But that feels like some sort of like narrowing down. Like just generally before the cast finishes is the best you can do. Like that's good enough. That's false. Can you add corrections to that then, Perrin? It's dictated by the prepare events. Perrin, if I say that this is where the snapshot happens, and this is where the cast begins, where's the prepare event placed? Is it here? By which I mean, is it like some milliseconds before the snapshot? Perrin says, if there are multiple instances of damage, then there are typically multiple prepare events that are agnostic of the cast bar. But how... Perrin, did you hear what I said about the snapshots? I'm asking... how much does the snapshot differ from the prepare event? Keldia says the snapshot is the prepare event. Is that correct, Perrin? Okay. Then, what you missed was me saying sometimes the snapshot is after the cast. This usually happens with multi-hit moves. Which was basically me saying you have a multi-hit move, one of those hits have a snapshot after the cast. That was the snapshot I was talking about in that instance. Granted, I could have been more specific. If an attack has multiple hits, it has multiple snapshots. But I was talking about one of them. We have an attack X. And it happens to be situated in the middle of a multi-hit combo. But right, that is true. I guess I feel like the one place where it usually becomes really confusing I feel like everyone here is talking past each other for a moment. Because Articus is doing the same thing now again. I also see the time, it's getting late. However, before we do that... So here is where the cast starts of a multi-hit. And here is where it ends. The first snapshot can be somewhere from here to maybe like here, for instance. One of the hits. But it is likely, more likely, that it is somewhere around here and here, in my opinion. But there are exceptions. But if it's a multi-hit move, there might be another snapshot here, 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 and here, and here. I was talking about that one. This one is definitely after the cast bar finishes. Karen says what he was disputing was, I've been told that if the damage reduction you're using is a debuff on the target, so like Reprisal for instance, then it has to be before the cast finishes. This is false. Okay. Fair enough. Now we're back on track. Does that mean that the debuff just has to be before the snapshot, just like a defensive cooldown on yourself? But yeah, for example, with the thing Articus is mentioning, if we say that Sheltron used here would cover these snapshots, then this hit would do full damage. Which could matter a lot on Golbis, because you'd actually rather mitigate this hit, even at the cost of not mitigating these hits. Because it's like, I think 4 or 5 like noodle slaps, and then like a haymaker, just for the meteor drop tank buster. And says the target debuff just has to be active before the specific snapshot prepare event, which can be different for how the damage event is coded. Fair enough. Brutal Impact is a pet. Yeah, you could also just use Sheltron twice, of course. Okay, I just want to then make sure, like, I'm not about to like actually on you, Perrin, like somehow what you said is now wrong because you said it wrong or something. But what I do want to say is that something that sometimes causes you and me, Perrin, like us two in particular, to talk past each other, is that sometimes what you will do is I will use, like, I'll call something a thing, and then in your correction or your addition to it, you will refer to it by its actual name, but you will not clarify to me that that's its actual name. Or alternatively, you will refer to something like a lot more complex than what the conversation might be about. There's nothing wrong with that, but a lot of this, like, we could have already had gotten further if, like, your starting point had been snapshots are actually more scientifically known as prepare events. And then explained, or just alternatively decided to call them snapshots so that I'm happy. I'm not saying that the way you're doing it is wrong. I'm just mentioning it here because I know that we ran into these kinds of, like, talking past each other a few times, and a lot of the time it comes down to like a professor speaking like super nerdy stuff, like super high level stuff to like a high school student, and then being like, why doesn't he get it? Why doesn't he know what I'm talking about? Where if he had just changed the wording, the high school student would be like, oh. I know we've talked about prepare events before, but specifically that Perrin chose to completely exclude Snapshot from their initial explanation made me think that they were wholly separate things. Whereas this part of the confusion could have been resolved by simply going prepare events, parentheses, what you're calling snapshots, end parentheses, blah 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 blah. We might still have gone down this same path of confusion, but my first confusion was, as you may remember, me going, if we have the snapshot here and the cast starting here, where's the prepare event? Because I wasn't sure if they were separate. Cole says the game calls them prepare events in the combat log. Cole. The fact the game or FF logs calls it that is irrelevant. Because, Cole, Heart of Corundum told you since you started playing the game that it gives Brutal Shell to its target. And you didn't know that until recently. So what the game says is actually irrelevant. What matters is what we know. Sometimes. I don't read. You don't read tooltips, but you read the combat log. There's way more text there. But it's a good reminder that everyone is so embroiled in FF log. See, actually, on my end, there's a very good chance the reason why I call it a snapshot is because snapshot is also World of Warcraft terminology that predates Final Fantasy XIV, just like the GCD and the OGCD. And whether the game calls it something else is completely irrelevant, because gamers have called it a snapshot before it ever came up that it was a prepare event. And so I believe the reason they're specifically called prepare events is because the combat log line is specifically X prepares action on target. And yeah, that, like, if you think about it, there's a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV where, like, if you explain it the way that the game wants it explained, it'll sound a lot more complicated. Luna says it's WoW terminology and other game terminology. Oh yes, just to be clear, when I looked into the origin of GCD, I found evidence to suggest that GCD predates World of Warcraft. And when I said that what I could find suggested that Ragnarok Online was the originator of GCD, I think someone said actually there's a game before that. So if WoW says something, the only reason why we attribute it becoming popular to WoW is because WoW is that popular. That if it was the thing you said there, then WoW is the one that made it popular. Which is also like how the whole meme with people attributing ABC to Joe-Cat because he made that popular in Final Fantasy XIV somehow, where I'm sitting here thinking, didn't we know that already? But yeah, if you don't, like, basically that's the funny thing with GCD, OGCD, and Snapshot is that The game never calls them any of these things. Which kind of explains why the only reason you would call them those things is because someone else told you that they're that. Because the game doesn't call them that. It's actually pretty funny story. Is that my first video on this channel, and you can fact check that if you want, you can just check, was a guide on how the GZD works. Where I have, of course, since learned that some of the things I said in that video were inaccurate. The general concepts taught in that video were accurate. But I had a comment in that video, or on that video, that said that it was nice, but they didn't quite understand why I invented these GZD, OGZD terms when the game ones are perfectly valid. To which I had to explain, I didn't invent them. That's how we talk about this in the game. Zam says, who's Joecat? Depending on when you knew him, he's either someone who made D&D guides, Monster Hunter World guides, Final Fantasy XIV guides, or Monster Hunter Wilds guides, apparently. And they're often presented with as bad guides by himself for comedic effect. Thank you, Odil. And yeah, I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that Joecat is getting credited for things that he did not invent just because he made it popular. That's what I'm saying. Nothing bad about Joecat. Because the thing is, that's not his fault. That's not his fault. It's the same as the classic whenever I talk about something solo related, that it's basically guaranteed that someone will be like, actually Wrath games, even if I already know the answer. Which again, that's not Wrath's fault. But it was particularly, like, part of the reason why, like, I found it quite funny that a lot of the time when I would mention, did you know that Warrior can solo so-and-so synced, that if Wrath had also done it, then that would be what people would say, yes, that's correct, because he did it. Meanwhile, when I say it in my video, if you don't have the iCards turned off, it'll actually, like, pop up and show you a link to the exact stream where I did it. And if you go in the description in the videos where I say it, it's also there. Should all glams in the game be cross job? Sure. I don't mind. Luna, Kai the inventor of GZD. Wouldn't that be fantastic? But yeah, genuinely, sometimes when this happens, where someone gets credited for something that, like, I mean, they weren't actually the inventor of that. It's just they made it popular. That's not them trying to take credit for that. They just happened to say it and become popular, and then people decided that they invented it. When will you finish what you started in Lapis Manalis? I mean, I think I've skipped over other ones that we've since discovered was soloable. I don't know, Cat. I invented potato. Hey, Zarian. Hope you're doing well. And enjoy your evening, Rost. I think we will also, Did you ever solo Underkeep? Not yet. I soloed you where was a field station near the... Like, shortly before Underkeep came out, I'm pretty sure. So I haven't, like, basically, Cole, not yet. I straight up just haven't yet. Bronson, which thing did he use Gunbreaker for? Just as an example, I'm not interrogating you, just do you remember one of the duties where he did that? Well, you know, Cole, maybe soon. Maybe I'll do Underkeep soon. Yeah, I soloed both Dusk Vigil and Somal with Gunbreaker. Ransom says, I want to say Porta de Comana. Unsynced, surely? And if you did it unsynced, you just spam Brutal Shell for the shield. Bronto, I'm just saying, when I say probably not, probably unsynced, it's basically my very, very friendly way of saying, I don't think a tank can meet the DPS check required. So you should probably check whether he did it unsynced or not. Because a blue mage actually has a mild issues beating the Gaius DPS check. Like, not big, but like it's challenging for a blue mage to meet it. So a tank just straight up can't. Like, straight up can't synced. And I'm pretty sure the same applies for Ultimate Weapon. I don't think a tank can solo it. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the meme that has come around here is that every time I've said Titan cannot be soloed synced. What do you think people say? Actually, Wrath did it as ninja. And then I ask them what level you learn Doton on, and ask them if it's before or after level 34. Sorry, 36. I don't know, Brontom. I've not really watched Wrath solo series. Emily says, also as soon as he beat Susano normal solo, people on Reddit started saying Susano Extreme was now soloable on Pixomancer. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of extremes where I'm like, No. not, that's not what that means. But yeah, I know about the Titan thing because I got so annoyed about those claims from them that I looked it up. And I do recall Zav tried. I'm pretty sure Zav tried to solo Ultima Weapon. And that would be synced. Like, just straight up synced. No... Oh, I can't get, like, basically full maxed out stats, better stats than what Wrath would have, and it wasn't possible. Oh, says, have you ever thought about doing something against the rules just to see what it's like to be jailed and questioned by a moderator? No. Because I know how the punishment system works, and I know that it takes actual years before the heat on your account dies down again. So that would be incredibly stupid of me if I did that. And that's also the more important takeaway, Brontom. Before a warrior gets raw intuition, like already there, the competition is a lot more interesting. If you don't count Gunbreaker as allowed, then before warrior and Dark Knight gets their healing GCD, like the 1-2-3 combo fully completed, unless you're bringing a stack of potions, a Scholar is likely better at soloing things. The problem is you don't have access to Scholar until level 30, or well, 20 duties. Because you have to beat it free to unlock Jobstones and all that. But there could be an argument that White Mage would be better without potions. Because they can heal themselves. So depending on what you can accumulate yourself, you might not even want to tank Sastasha. You just run circles around the enemies as a White Mage, or Conjurer, just spamming arrow. And then there's that point where Scholar gets ruined too, which makes him insanely busted. Gunbreaker is still really strong, and Warrior is pretty good too, but if something doesn't one-shot you, then Scholar is insanely busted. And then Gunbreaker gets Aurora. And then they're basically like the king for anything that can't outpace their self-healing. And if their self-healing is beaten by something, then it's back. Then Scholar's back on the menu again. I'm pretty sure that was the reason why I soloed Keeper of the Lake as Scholar, and Aurum Vale as Scholar. And also Castrum Meridianum as Scholar. Yes, Cole. Correct. I can't remember if it was Cat or Ham that went in and soloed it as Sage and said it was easier. Because usually if I say something isn't possible or it's really hard, either Cat or Ham will just do it, just to prove me wrong that it is possible, in fact. Like the Lapis Manalis thing. And then the funny thing is that at level 56, Warrior learns Raw Intuition, but the duty unlocked at level 56 is not soloable. Synced. And yes, haha, Wrath did it, but he wasn't synced. I think the thing that usually catches people off guard is that for some reason they assume that if you're unsynced, you basically one-shot everything. Forgetting that if you're unsynced but you're not level 100 with the job, then unsynced is not as impressive. No, Coco, Lapis Manales, it's a dungeon. And yes, exactly, oh, a 10-day ban is pretty brutal. I'm pretty sure on the, like, rung of punishments, that 10-day ban is, like, there's one punishment harder than that, and the punishment after that is permaban. I'm pretty sure. So it's not surprising if a 10-day ban is still there after 5 years. But yeah, actually, Bronto, back in Endwalker, I actually made a video ranking the soloing capabilities of jobs. And it actually becomes a lot more interesting when you hit really high levels. There are max level content currently in the game that a paladin can solo that a warrior cannot. So people often get a little too caught up in warrior broken at soloing. Even though it's rather specific what it's really good at soloing. Anyway, now that we've gone very far over time, I think this is a good time to wrap up the stream. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, and like other people enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find links to videos and streams when I put them out in the announcement room. And you can also get a notification whenever I post these links if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room. That will come with a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, you can also support me on the Ko-Fi link that Ariel posted right there. And all help support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. You can see that I've gone overtime, right? I'm goofing up my final spiel. Oopsie doopsie. Anyway, that'll be all from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.